Well, hello, hi, welcome in, everyone. So good of you to join us. Today is Monday, August 3rd, 2026. It's Monday, but it might as well be Taco Tuesday because Trump is once again chickening out, which is fine with me because I don't want to see more war. So, the latest from the Wall Street Journal here, it says Iran once again, this whole escapade continues. This theme of Trump saying one thing, Iran coming back saying and completely the opposite thing. Trump says there's a deal with Iran. Iran says there's no talks with the U.S. on the Strait of Hormuz. Iran's foreign ministry says discussions with Oman continue on managing traffic through the passage. Trump calls Tehran unbelievably duplicitous. Iran said Monday that there were not any talks underway with the United States, nor were any meetings being planned, after President Trump once again said he had called off a major strike just in time for the markets to open, right? It's becoming so predictable. On the country to provide more time for negotiations on freeing up traffic in the Strait of Hormuz, Trump said over the weekend that he had prepared to greenlight what he described as the biggest military attack since World War II before America's allies intervened. We were all set to go, sure thing, Mr. President. But when the allies asked to call it off, you got to sort of say, well, let's see. He told reporters yesterday. Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesman Ismail Baghei rejected Trump's suggestion that talks were underway, noting that Iran hadn't sent any delegations or negotiators to take part in any discussions. He said all of Iran's negotiators were still in the country, with the exception of Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi, who was visiting a religious site in Iraq. In a social media post Monday, Trump described Iran's leadership as unbelievably duplicitous. Wow, the projection. Saying that they had asked for talks on ending the war and then announced that no discussions were being held. Nothing gets through to Iran unless we want it to, and nothing will get through unless a deal or total surrender is accomplished. Back to total surrender talk. He was talking about that at the very outset of the war. Remember, total surrender. Complete obliteration, total surrender. Later, Trump told reporters in the Oval Office this is the last chance for them to sign a good document. Iran's foreign ministry did, however, acknowledge that Iran was continuing talks with Oman on how to manage the strait, which has been at the center of the stalemate between Washington and Tehran. The discussions between the two countries bordering the strait have grown more significant in recent days, with both Oman and Iran noting there had been some progress. Iranian state media earlier cited Araghchi, the foreign minister, as saying that discussions on creating a mechanism for ships to pass the Strait of Hormuz were nearing completion and in their final stages. Trump, too, had suggested the discussions are making some headway. He wrote in a social media post Saturday night that Iran and other Middle East countries had urged him to cancel his attack because the perimeters of a deal had been hammered out. Deal or no deal? Iran has been in discussions with Oman and other regional mediators about the creation of a new temporary route through the Strait of Hormuz that would allow commercial shipping to resume. According to the proposal from the mediators, Persian Gulf-bound ships will enter via Iranian waters and exit via Omani waters without paying fees, they said. Iranian diplomats initially reacted positively to the latest proposal, but later demanded guarantees that attacks on Iran wouldn't resume and that sanctions on its oil would be lifted. Mediators were also still waiting for a response from the IRGC, the paramilitary group that holds the levers of power in Iran. Of course, Wall Street Journal has to characterize the IRGC not as the Iranian army, it's the paramilitary group. Which, I mean, is that correct to say that it's a paramilitary group? Or I feel like that's sort of Western coded. Is there a difference between the Iranian army and the IRGC? Can we find out that information? if it is, I've been sorely mistaken. If a temporary agreement is reached on the strategic waterway, negotiations will move to revive the initial memorandum of understanding to resolve the conflict over the strait for 60 days, they said. Adding that Pakistan has proposed to host the next round of talks between Iran and the U.S. The talks between Oman and Iran are focused on finding temporary arrangements over shipping transits in the strait, a move that would ease the reopening of the waterway and help mediators restart talks, I should say. Restart talks over a preliminary peace deal. Regional countries have also asked the mediators that any agreement should include guarantees that neither Iran nor its proxies will pose threats to their territories, according to senior Arab officials familiar with the matter. Thank you, Sasha. Welcome in to Sasha and to all of you. Pepe Escobar has published an interesting article on Trump and Iran on Geopolitics Prime. Let's take a look. We love Pepe Escobar's analysis. Thank you for that. Geopolitics Prime. Okay, I haven't heard of that. Is that his Substack? If so, I'll be able to find it. All right, look. Moving onward. IRGC was originally the main guard of the palace, like the Secret Service. So they are, something separate from the traditional Iranian army. So do we give credit to the Wall Street Journal for labeling them a paramilitary force? I just feel like whenever I hear that word paramilitary, I think terrorism, insurgents, and I wonder if they're doing that as like sort of like a dog whistle to their neocon base to deal. It's not without earned skepticism that we should, read these articles and try to understand what the subversion is, what the bias is. And we know that they bake in all these terms and phrases that are betraying that political bias and economic bias, for that matter. All right, moving on. So let me just pick back up here. Regional countries have also asked the mediators that any agreement should include guarantees that neither Iran nor its proxies will pose threats to their territories. International oil prices were about 5% lower early Monday on hopes that an agreement to finally reopen the Strait of Hormuz could be reached, with prices for Brent crude falling to around $84 a barrel. I mean, they're just pumping and dumping the market. That's exactly what the Trump administration is doing. He and his family are getting rich, The oil prices go down, they buy low. The weekend, they weekend warrior. They try to start wars on the weekend and raise the price. And then once the price raises a little bit, they dump it. And they keep just gaslighting us along the way. I have a message on Musk's platform. Okay, duly noted. Thank you. I think I see what you're going after there. All right, look. Back to some brass tacks here. International oil prices were about 5% lower early Monday on hopes that an agreement to finally reopen the strait could be reached. It's probably why Donald Trump made this announcement on Sunday, to prep the markets, do a little grooming for the financial markets, with prices for Brent crude falling to around $84 a barrel. Uncertainty for the talks' success continues, however. I don't understand. Why does the stock markets, I mean, I know why, but this is a rhetorical question. Why do the stock markets listen to Donald Trump and take him at his word when it's so obvious that he has a pathological track record of lying? It's clear that Iran is in control. Why not listen to what Iranians are saying, Well, that's because, obviously, financial markets are fueled by speculation and perception, not of reality. So, that's par for the course. That's how Wall Street makes its money. It's just by rumors and speculations and presidential statements, tweets, and the price rises and falls, and it's like it's got no correlation to the economy whatsoever, the actual physical, economy. Oh, boy. So uncertainty for the talks' success continues. Earlier efforts failed to gain much traction. If they again stall, there remains the prospect that Trump will return to his threats of a massive military strike. I think that's the point. There is also the question of whether the IRGC would agree to any deal to open up the Hormuz Strait that doesn't hand Iran total control of the waterway. The British Navy's Marine Traffic Monitoring Agency, UKMTO, reported that on late Sunday, the master of a tanker 20 nautical miles northeast of Oman reported hearing an explosion in close proximity to the vessel. Imagine that. The vessel and crew are all reported as safe. Authorities are investigating. Vessels are advised to transit with caution and report any suspicious activity to UKMTO. UKMTO. All right. So that's the latest from the Wall Street Journal. We're going to now move. We are going to get to the Pepe Escobar article that Sasha recommended. But before we do, let's read Alastair Crook's Conflicts Forum Substack. Now, I got his take. He always appears on Judge Napolitano's show on Mondays, and he gives like sort of a post-mortem on the previous week, I guess. And he was talking about Netanyahu's visit. We had Lindsey Graham's funeral last week. We had Zelensky and Netanyahu, who were there ostensibly for the funeral, but we know that Netanyahu was really there to, is the right word ingratiate himself, to endear himself to his populace, or to make, this is what he does. He does this every time. He always goes to the United States to signal to his Israeli base that he's got his hand on the balls of the President of the United States, and he's the only one that can control America. Look at him. Look how powerful he is. And that was the real reason, because he's up for re-election, which he's likely to lose. That's what the pollsters are all saying. So he's sort of desperate, and I think that's the reason that he came for his historic 8th trip. I mean, he comes here every month, it seems like. But and remember when he was asked subsequent to the meeting, he went and attended, I should say, the funeral of Lindsey Graham, and then afterwards he had a subsequent meeting with the president in the Oval Office, and he was talking about, a reporter was asking him subsequent to the meeting how it went, and he said, he told us, "Thank you, Malagat, so much for becoming the latest and greatest subscriber on Twitch." But Netanyahu told us it was a historic meeting. It was the best meeting. 15 months. Wowzers. Malagat, you complete me. Okay. He said it was the most historic meeting. The best meeting he's ever had with the president in the history of meetings with the president. And by all accounts, though, I'm giving you Alastair Crook's analysis here. By all accounts, the meeting did not go well, and a good source of evidence for it sort of being an unwelcomed meeting from President Trump is the fact that there was no red carpet. If you'll remember, when Netanyahu visited last week, there was no red carpet rolled out for him on the tarmac. And I didn't think about this, but another thing is that there was not one Trump administration official, not one U.S. government official that greeted him on the tarmac, which is a big sign. No red carpet, no U.S. official. There was only Israeli officials there to meet him. So it's kind of looking like the Trump administration is seeing that Netanyahu's kind of a lame duck at this point. And, despite what Netanyahu is saying, that this is a historic meeting and it was so great, and it actually wasn't. And I also heard from Alastair Crook, according to his sources, that it was remarked by Trump, like previous or prior to the meeting, that he doesn't need Netanyahu to advise him on Pickaxe Mountain. We don't need, he said something to the effect of, we don't need Israeli intelligence about Pickaxe Mountain or about the Iranians. And apparently the contents of that meeting, even though the meeting's not really being reported on, folks, between Netanyahu and Trump last week, even though the contents of the meeting are not really disclosed, it's being bandied about, it's being speculated, and this is from Alastair Crook, the guy who writes these articles. It's being speculated that it was about Netanyahu once again bringing props, talking about Pickaxe Mountain. He's trying to give, the same dog and pony show that he gave Trump back in December. We're going to go to war with Iran here. We got these targets picked out, or even back in June last year. Because remember, they met with Trump and told him, oh, you got to bomb Fordo and you got to bomb Isfahan and get their nuclear enrichment program. But I think he tried to do the same thing with regards to Pickaxe Mountain, which is apparently where these centrifuges are buried, but nobody really knows that for sure. It's just, once again, speculated. There's no hardcore evidence, and I'm willing to bet that if the Israelis say the centrifuges are there, the centrifuges are not there. Yeah, Pickaxe Mountain. You wouldn't. It sounds like a horror movie by Wes Craven or something. But it's you wouldn't think it'd be a mountain in Iran, because pickaxe seems pretty English of a word to me. But there you have it. Okay, there you have it. So the Netanyahu meeting with Trump, not a success. Netanyahu's floundering. He's on the ropes. Politically, he's probably not going to survive October unless he, as they say, we know we're dealing with a complete sociopath, and he will pull out every stop in the book to hold on to his power, because if he doesn't, he's probably going to go to jail for the rest of his life. And I think that might be the best case scenario. I don't know. But I do enjoy Alastair Crook's analysis, because he seems to be one of the only people reporting and actually heavily focusing and reading the Israeli news that happens in Hebrew. And it has a different Farsi name. Okay, that makes more sense, Jesse. I definitely had to do a double take the first time I heard that. I'm like, wait, what? That's where now? That's in Iran? Sure. Okay, clearly there must be some weird spelling to this. It just sounds like pickaxe. Nope, it's actually called pickaxe. So we every time I read his article, his Substack, I feel a little bit of hopium, because we're listening to what it's like, eavesdropping on Israeli society. We're listening to what they're saying in Hebrew to themselves, which is like listening to a classified Pentagon document. Oh, what are they, or a CIA document? What are they saying with each other? And they're always talking about how they're on the verge of collapse. There's this guy Yitzhak Brik, and pickaxe. There you go, Gabe. You got me. Thank you, Gabe. Yitzhak Brik. He's apparently I want to say he's a former general. He is a general. He's an Israeli general, but he's in reserve. Well, aren't they all in Israelis? I mean, everybody's a lieutenant in reserve. But he is on record of sounding the alarm bells for the IDF, saying this is an existential crisis. If we go ahead and just keep attacking Iran, it could be the end of Israel and all this. And he's one that is respected, I think, in Israeli society. I don't respect him. You don't respect him. He's a baby-killing war criminal. But Yitzhak Brik is, for him to be saying these things, it's taken very seriously in Israeli society. So I'm going to read a little bit for you right now of the many things that it's like a consortium or a consolidation of all of the recent quotes from Israeli publications translated for our pleasure into English, so we don't have to try to decipher forked tongue. So this says, no wonder Israelis want war. Violence has become a source of joy. And this is Conflict Forum's compilation of pieces from leading Israeli political and security commentators, predominantly translated from Hebrew. So this is from Haaretz, Dr. Ariel Handel. No wonder Israelis want war. Violence has become a source of joy. Yeah, and in fact, I'm pretty sure I saw that article, maybe not. So let's go back. So let's read a little bit about this article here. It says, the politics of everyday life in the West Bank settlements. This is being reported from Haaretz. It says, what if one reason Israelis are so happy is that brutality has become pleasurable? I love how they, just the fact that they're even asking these questions tells you everything about where their head's at and what kind of culture and society they are. One of their major liberal publications in Israel is asking, yeah, what if one reason Israelis are so happy is that brutality has become pleasurable? Yeah. Don't we say this on a nearly daily basis, how if the Israeli culture is not sadistic, then what is it? That seems to be their entire culture. Sadism, cynicism, and arson, and a whole other slew of war crimes. But you get the point. It's like they're actually self-reflecting here. It's kind of funny. Today, violence is not only liberated from the trap of shooting and crying. Shooting and crying. They cry out as they strike you. Are they playing... Is Haaretz playing upon a very well-known anti-Semitic trope here? It's deeply Judeophobic. So today, violence is not only liberated from the trap of shooting and crying or from acceding to the call of Naftali Bennett of no more apologizing, it is also becoming joyful. Probably the clearest manifestation of the ostensible joy of violence takes the form of what's referred to as happy Jews. Every day I wake up and I wonder, what are the Jews up to today? Are the Jews happy? Turns out when you say the phrase happy Jews, that's actually anti-Semitic because it refers to happiness in the form of a warm gun. Happiness in the form of violence. That's what makes the J happy. That's what makes the Chosenite happy. The happy juice. It's like happy trees. Happy juice, happy trees. In 2015, journalists Akiva Novik and Chaim Levinson explained in their report the complete Hilltop lexicon, the Hilltop Jews, that happy Jews are those who are not bound to the archaic conventions and rules of morality. Archaic, it's so archaic to be like against murder. We don't subscribe to those archaic conventions and rules of morality. And carry out price tag, which is a retaliatory operations against Palestinians with a smile on their face. Yeah, why do they call it price tag? I feel like I read that a while ago. Price tag, they call it. Invitations to carry out pogroms are circulated on colorful, cheerful posters that look more like flyers for an open-air rave than calls to violence. It's like, yeah, do they want to dance again or do they want to commit moiter again? Let's read this Hebrew flyer and find out. They just wanted to dance. What makes these so-called the Hilltop Youth, that's what it is, Hilltop Youth. What makes these so-called hilltop youth so happy? The answer is not that they are happy from the get-go and opted for violence. On the contrary, the violence itself, is the point. The violence itself constitutes the source of their happiness. It affords them a feeling of strength, belonging, and meaning. I think we call that coward. That's what a coward does. What differentiates happy Jews from Jews who are not happy, it's not their worldview, but the very act of participating in violence. Today we are in the midst of a revolution of joy. Well, if your joy is caused by violence, then is it a revolution of violence? How could that be a revolution? Revolutions overcome oppression. They're not tyrannical against the oppressed. That's not a revolution. Revolutions only apply to tyranny against oppressors. That is a revolution. Now that is a revolution, friends. It's a happiness that doesn't exist despite the violence, and not even by ignoring its existence, but precisely thanks to it and as an integral part of it. Again, this is a Haaretz article called Normalizing Occupation, the Politics of Everyday Life in the West Bank Settlements. And in this article, they're musing, what if violence is the point? What if Israelis just prefer violence because it's pleasurable? Right, Dick Cheney? Good evening to you. Dearest Dick. R.I.P. Dick Cheney. Rest in piss. But I'll take your oil money, okay? I will do that. That's my pledge to you. I'm always standing by my word. Okay, here's a longer excerpt from article below. It says, the fanatics' pre-election plan to create chaos in the West Bank. The extreme right-wing elements who aspire to ignite Judea and Samaria on the eve of the elections in the hope that it will add mandates to them will discover that they are leading to a forced arrangement with international backing, which will include the establishment of a Palestinian state. What will happen is bloodshed in commercial quantities and a greater, more real and threatening danger than anything we have ever encountered so far. The danger of a forced settlement, again, in the West Bank, which they call Judea and Samaria, which will include the establishment of a Palestinian state. Jewish extremist elements aspire to ignite the area on the eve of the elections. That's their mission. That's their ideology. They estimate that a new wave of violence, perhaps even a third intifada, will benefit the extreme right-wing parties, add mandates to them, and torpedo the opposition. Ben-Gvir has a hard time hiding this ambition. Apparently, Ben-Gvir was in the headlines today because he was trying to pass through the Knesset legislation whereby there would be a crocodile moat constructed around a Palestinian detention camp. Can you believe this shit? And they actually blocked it. Look, I'm not making this shit up, okay? An Israeli court has frozen far-right National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir's plan to place crocodiles around Ketziat prison, which holds Palestinian inmates, following a petition by animal rights group Let the Animals Live. And so it's not really even about the safety of the Palestinians, or perhaps the implied torture that Palestinians would face, being that they're living encircled by a crocodile moat. No. It's really about the crocodiles themselves is what stopped the Israelis from passing this through as into law. I mean, that's just... How Israeli is this story? How Jewish is this story? I can't believe it. The judge ruled that claims the plan could harm the animals must be examined. Wow, how progressive of them. It's like, oh, thank God. You guys, everything's going to be okay. We actually have something to celebrate. Israel's not going to construct that crocodile moat. Oh, thank God. And he's got a fucking, yeah, exactly. A yellow noose pinned on his coat. He's such a weasel, you know? He's a 4'5" hobbit gremlin. And what's even funnier is that he's a Mizrahi Jew, which means he's from Iraq, and he's looked down upon because he's not actually an Ashkenazi Chosenite. He's an Iraqi Arab Jew, and they are the scorn of Israeli society, so much that they had to alter their behavior and become full-throated theocratic Zionists, calling for revenge and ethnic cleansing and the establishment of the greater state of Israel and worldwide domination, essentially, all to overcompensate for the lack of being Ashkenazi. That's just the psychology, you know, the brain damage. His head should be examined. He's like an Israeli Uncle Tom. He's like Uncle Tomowitz. Uncle Tomenstein. What's the Jewish word for uncle? Chunkel. Anyway. This is pretty crazy too. Apparently there's wildfires happening in like Spokane and Washington State. And look at this video. That's wild.
This is fucking insane.
Oh, shot baby. I don't want no part of that shit, I'll tell you. That's a good time. Ben-Gvir has a hard time hiding his chode. I'm sorry, his ambition. He and his party members wander around Israel trying to stir up trouble. Yep. Just like the Gestapo. He's basically the head of the Jewish Gestapo. You can think of Ben-Gvir as that. In addition to being a 4-foot hobbit gremlin troll, of course. And we've got a buddy head raid that is amazing. I was in your live stream earlier, and I was very pleased when Comrade Batty told me that Buddy Head was going live on Twitch. I immediately hopped to it. And you guys, if you're not watching or following Buddy Head, you don't know what the fuck you're doing, okay? And you need that. Because it's Buddy Head or bust. He's back. He's back, and he's sexier than ever, all right? He's back on top with the Goyslop. What are we doing here, you know? I mean, fuck, it's like you've been saying, man. It's like, what is it, August 3rd? And what, tomorrow's going to be August 4th? It's like, fuck this shit. Fuck that, dude. And then what's going to be after the 4th? The 5th? And then the 6th? And then we're going to do it all over again on the 7th? I'm tired, boss. No, we're not tired. We are filled with the fire, with the Spirit, okay? The Spirit is alive. The Spirit is about me. We got to stay down in this shit. Go hard in the paint. We got to fight for justice. We got to notice. We've got to agitate. We got to educate. We got to organize. We got to be educated. We got to learn. We got to stay smart. and not be like how the people say, like how we're dumb and stuff. We're not dumb, we're very smart. Wicked smart. Anyway, we're going through, and this is just a segment of the stream in case you're just joining us. We're just going through the Conflicts Forum Substack, and this is a Substack put upon by a guy named Alastair Crook, who is a former MI6 and intelligence analyst, and he is very erudite, and he studies the Hebrew press religiously, if I could characterize it that way. And he translates it for us and lets us know what's actually being said within Israel. And it's just a shit show. It's just a shit show. They're cannibalizing their entire society. Okay, they're going down in flames, just like Jesse James. And they know it. You know, we have key Israeli officials, former IDF generals saying this is an existential crisis. We're heading towards collapse. Netanyahu's on the ropes. He's not going to survive politically past October. He knows it. His meeting with Trump was a big-time failure. Although he tried to make hay where the sun shines and make lemonade out of lemons because he wants to tout it as some big success to his Israeli citizens. But you know, if you're just joining us, no red carpet for Netanyahu on the tarmac. No U.S. officials Netanyahu on the tarmac. The White House was completely silent about their meeting. Okay? Trump himself says, we don't need Israeli intelligence. And now we're back to square 7 with another ceasefire, or I don't even know. Can we even say it's a ceasefire? It's just Trump, more lies from Trump. So I'm going to keep reading some of this because it's insider information. All right? It's insider information. I want to know the goods. I want to spill the beans. I want the tea. I want the tea tax. It's tea time. Netanyahu himself called the growing Jewish terrorism in Judea and Samaria a spreading cancer. But he is supposed to be the one putting out the fire, while senior figures in his coalition are fanning it. Despite the efforts of security officials, the police in Judea and Samaria are almost non-existent. After all, they are subordinate to the Jewish Gestapo leader, Ben-Gvir. Nothing changes on the ground. Almost every night, houses and mosques are set on fire. The problem is that in the current state of affairs with the IDF tents in Syria, Lebanon, and Gaza, and against Iran, the last thing we need is 26 battalions, almost 9 brigades, almost 5 divisions, deployed in Judea and Samaria trying to put out the fire. I'm thinking now about Wally Rashid. We saw that heartbreaking video of him as he's slowly realizing that his family could potentially be a target in the West Bank. Because I didn't know that, but the YouTuber Wally Rashid, who does a lot of great videos and coverage of Israel and Palestine, you know, he was in tears thinking about his family that's, you know, in one of the villages in the West Bank and what they might, you know, come to face in the coming days, weeks, months, years. But yeah, there are a lot of settler terrorism ratcheting up in the West Bank. I mean, that's been ongoing now for quite some time. Depends on how much you want to zoom out there. But the fanatics' plan detailed here is to create chaos to bring about a biblical Gog and Magog war. Gog and Magog. That's right. That's right. More Jewish mythology about the end of days, at the end of which it will be possible to fulfill Smotrich's decision plan and expel the Palestinians or push them out by definition. It seems to me that the end of this plan will be the end of those who dream of a Riviera in Gaza and of crowds of Gazans leaving in buses for voluntary immigration. This will not happen. Oh, Sorry to bust your bubble and to, completely kill your dreams there in Gaza. We're not going to get our Riviera in Gaza. Who is this? Who's saying this shit? This is Ben Caspit. Okay. So he says that it seems to me that the end of this plan will be the end of those who dream of a Riviera in Gaza. Smotrich's plan to further expel the Palestinians, bring about this biblical Gog and Magog war. What will happen is bloodshed in commercial quantities and a greater, more real and threatening danger than anything we have encountered so far. The danger of a forced settlement in Judea and Samaria. Well, there is a forced settlement in Judea and Samaria. That's why that's called Judea and Samaria by the settlers, because there's a forced settlement there already. So, in their warped perception here, this Israeli journalist is saying that there's a danger that there's going to be a forced settlement in the West Bank, what they call Judea and Samaria, which will include the establishment of a Palestinian state. Well, my brother in Christ, the West Bank is this part of the Palestinian state. How can there be a forced settlement, a forced Palestinian settlement in their own Palestinian territory? Again, they cope, they cry. Trump will not be here in 2 years. Nothing good awaits us from Washington. We have lost America. Thank you, Bibi. Not just the Democrats, even among the American right, even among the Republicans. Wah! Wah! Israel has lost it. This reality could lead to a situation where a galactic explosion in Judea and Samaria, which will trigger an intifada and ongoing bloodshed after the war in Gaza, will force the next president, with the backing of most of the international community, to impose order on us in Judea and Samaria as well. Oh no. My God, the thought of imposing order on the Israelis, I shudder. All right, continuing on. West Bank at boiling point as IDF faces manpower shortages and as Jewish nationalist crime surges. This is from Yossi Yehoshua, who's a military correspondent for Yedioth Ahronot. How's my Hebrew? Is it good? The Judea and Samaria region is at an unprecedented security and operational boiling point. The likelihood of a significant explosion is higher today than the likelihood of a return to fighting with Iran. This is exactly the scenario that the security establishment fears. Not another attack and another arrest, but a cycle of revenge. An attack that leads to a price tag operation. Again with the fucking price tag operation. Why do Israelis call them price tag operations? What's that about? Extremist Israeli settlers use the term price tag to mean that a cost will be exacted. Okay, so it's pretty simple. They apply this label to acts of vandalism or violence to warn the Israeli government and Palestinians that any action taken against illegal West Bank outposts or Jewish lives will trigger an immediate reprisal. There will be price tag. There will be many price tags. No politic here, but many price tag, yes. Because mine. All right, so everybody's clear on what a price tag operation is. An attack that leads to a price tag operation leads to another attack and, God forbid, repeats itself. Once this mechanism starts working, it's very difficult to stop it. The IDF understands this well and is therefore trying to cool the area. But this is exactly where the bigger problem begins. To prevent an outbreak in Judea and Samaria, you need force, lots of force, and the IDF is currently in a situation where almost all sectors are open. Gaza, Lebanon, Syria, and the West Bank. Those who leave for refresher training are transferred to staffing elsewhere. There is almost no breathing space. This illustrates the cumulative cost of the long war. The IDF is using forces that are supposed to train, improve, and build for the next war to close operational holes here and now, and it is no longer just a matter of manpower. It's a matter of force building. The IDF is almost unable to train to the required extent because it is constantly busy staffing the sectors. In the end, the Army may find itself with a great many fighters carrying out missions, but with fewer and fewer units that are given the necessary time to prepare for them. Yeah, well, that's because you're a fucking asshole, Comrade Cranky. Clearly, I knew exactly that you were not there at all times. I know everything that you do, and so I accept your apology because it was very much noticed, acknowledged. I wrote it down in my little black book. Happy that your mom date went well, though. Anyway, the biggest change the region has undergone in recent years enters this equation, the expansion of settlements. The map of Judea and Samaria is changing dramatically. The establishment of 80 settlements has been approved, 34 of which have already been built. Alongside this, more than 100 agricultural farms and a similar number of outposts have been established. This is a large-scale move, changing the geographical layout and the surface area in which Israel is required to protect its citizens. The question is not just how many battalions the IDF has, but how many missions it can be assigned before they are worn out. Okay, you can see it goes on for miles. I'm not going to belabor this segment, but I do think it's important to read what they're saying in Israel. I think it's just, it makes me laugh. It gives me hope sometimes. Here's another short article. We'll just get our learning done on the front end. It's party in the back, business up front. Always with me. All right, you got to know this. So this is the Iranian counterstrike option, and we are going to read, this is from Carl Miller, never heard of him, but it's on the Larry Johnson Sonar 21 Substack forum. So, controlling judgment, it says, a major U.S.-Israeli campaign against Iran would create a credible risk of retaliatory pressure against the most concentrated Israeli fuel systems first, followed by wider pressure against GCC refining, LNG, power, water, storage, and export systems if those states are perceived as enabling the campaign. The strategic danger is not a single damaged facility. It is the possibility that several tightly coupled systems fail faster than substitute supply. Repair capacity and emergency logistics can be mobilized. For defensive analysis, the report assumes that the first retaliatory pressure would fall on Israel because Israel would be a direct combatant, and it's because its domestic fuel system is concentrated in 2 refineries. The model then examines a widening second stage in which selected GCC systems could face pressure if Gulf airspace, bases, logistics, intelligence, energy support, or political alignment were viewed as materially supporting the campaign. The regional system is composed of several national networks that appear diverse at a map scale but depend on a limited number of refineries. LNG trains, shared utilities, storage systems, marine terminals, and pipeline corridors. The same physical and commercial dependencies recur across every jurisdiction. Reliable power, control systems, product segregation, marine access, spare equipment, qualified personnel, and insurance acceptance. Israel has no geographically diversified domestic refining system. Yes, Haifa/Bazan and Ashdod carry effectively the entire national burden for diesel and jet/kerosene production. So those 2 refineries carry the burden, the national burden for diesel. The larger Haifa complex supplies approximately 2/3 of the combined middle distillate baseline and roughly 70% of diesel. I think if Iran takes out Haifa, that might be the end of Israel. Ashdod is the only substantial domestic alternative if Haifa becomes unavailable. Haifa is the central Israeli fuel security exposure because it combines the largest refining burden with interconnected support systems. A future disruption would not need to eliminate every crude or conversion unit to create a national deficit. I do seem to remember an earlier article where they did talk about this, where one system is so connected to all these other systems that it makes it a very fragile supply chain. A future disruption would not need to eliminate every crude or conversion unit to create a national deficit. Loss of electrical integration, steam, hydrogen, internal transfer, controls, tankage, or product certification could constrain several process trains simultaneously. Under the planning case, Haifa provides approximately 57.6 kb/d of diesel and 10.7 kb/d of jet kerosene. If Haifa were unavailable and Ashdod remained operational, domestic middle distillate supply would fall to approximately 36 kb. Oh my goodness. Against an 88 kb sustained requirement, that's antiseptic. The replacement requirement would be approximately 52 kb before allowing for stock rebuilding, distribution losses, or quality constraints. Ashdod is strategically important less because of its absolute size than because it is the only substantial domestic refining alternative. If Ashdod alone were unavailable while Haifa remained operational, the sustained case deficit would be approximately 19.7 kb. That deficit could be manageable through diversified cargoes and controlled stock, draw only if reception, certification, storage, and internal distribution remained effective. Now, if both refineries were unavailable, domestic middle distillate output would fall from approximately 104.3 kb to zero. Now, the reason he keeps saying middle distillate output is because that is the portion of the oil barrel that is converted into diesel ultimately. Approximately 88 kb would then need to come from accessible inventories and imports under the sustained cause. This would exceed ordinary spot market replacement and would require exceptional allied allocation, government direction, and functioning delivery access. The most plausible immediate retaliatory pressure would center on Israel because its fuel system is concentrated, its military posture is highly fuel dependent, and its ability to replace a two refinery loss would depend on uninterrupted reception and finite stocks. A wider campaign against GCC systems would create the larger regional and global consequence by degrading refining, LNG, power, water storage, ports, and alternative export routes at the same time. Are you paying attention? God, I hope that you learned everything that was just shared with you, because it will be on the final exam. And that exam is for a grade. Oh my gosh. You know what? I just know it. I know at the end of the semester I'm just going to have to fail all of you. Is there just no hope for the future? Is that what you're telling me? Now, Sasha, you said that there was an article by Pepe Escobar. And you say you sent me this on X, you say? You say you sent this to me on X, yes? But I am not on X because I am not kosher. Okay, here it is. Exclusive. How Tehran interrupts Trump's stand down. So Pepe Escobar's usually got some really great insight. And this will be the last article. This will be the last article that I read. I know it's probably hurting your brain. And then we'll move on to the goy slop. Okay? The notice button has been lightly booped. My hair has been lightly coiffed. and I'm ready to go. Thank you, Phoenix, for that bump. Bump the stream if you know what's good for you. All right. That's as stark as it gets. The Iranian leadership has interpreted Trump's Saturday night military gates of hell stand down. He said the gates of hell. What an idiot. Stand down not as an opening towards a deal, but as a positive confirmation that the Trump administration is reaching the limits of its leverage. Following the stand down, instead of softening its stance, Tehran hardened it. Tehran is so hard for that. Already on Sunday, in a long phone call, as Intel sources revealed exclusively to Transition Protocol, which is that new YouTube page that Pepe Escobar reports from, Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi briefed Pakistan's Field Marshal Asim Munir, delivering an unequivocal assessment of the new strategic balance. Oh, well, thank you, comrade. I appreciate that. Yep. Being a teacher, it's you don't do it for the money, that's for sure. So the Iranian foreign minister delivered an unequivocal assessment of the new strategic balance to Pakistan's Field Marshal Asim Munir when he said, or I guess, let's see what this is. It says, Araghchi made it quite clear that the stand down is not being interpreted in Tehran as a diplomatic concession offered from strength. Then also via Munir, Araghchi laid out 3 key messages to Washington. So we're back to going to, I mean, maybe we were always there, but back to using Pakistan as the mediators, of course. Number one, whatever it takes, Tehran will not yield on the sequencing of negotiations via the Memorandum of Understanding. Number 2, any attack on Iranian energy infrastructure by the U.S. will trigger a 10-to-1 response. Oh my God, did he say 10-to-1? That is to the 10th degree. Once again, 10-to-1. Until recently, it was 2-to-1. So they're upping the ante. I wonder what that looks like. I want to see 10-to-1. Do it. Okay, so Tehran's political reading of the chessboard, straight out of the top echelons of power, is that Trump has no viable military or political exit off-ramp other than a broader American retreat from West Asia. Munir, who has Trump on speed dial and vice versa, personally transmitted the direct warning to the U.S. president. We're talking about a quantified deterrence formula designed to make the regional consequences of another American strike unmistakable and irreversible. So up the escalation ladder we go. Saudi Arabia's MBS, Mohammed bin Salman, may have stopped Trump on his tracks with his own personal phone call after the leadership in Tehran called him to outline the list of Aramco facilities they were going to obliterate as a response to an American attack. Well, that's kind of funny. So Iran calls MBS and says, look, here's all the places we're going after. And MBS is like, Danny, my friend, please. I don't know why I'm Russian, but I'm MBS, and I don't want you to attack Iran because we are going to get lit up. MBS knows for sure that West Asia as a whole is as low as you go on air defenses. That was one element in the phone call, yet the most persuasive was MBS possibly reminding Trump that Riyadh could dump U.S. treasuries and stocks en masse to pay for serious war damages. And that's an interesting threat right there. Of course, the final result was once again taco. Johns Hopkins professor Steve Hanke Panky, Professor Hanky Panky went further. He stated that bond markets are already playing the game with 10-year yields going up due to a trifecta: inflation, Trump's tariffs, and the war itself. So get your bonds, baby. Those 10-year yields are going to be booming. A Saudi sell-off coupled with the China sell-off would send yields skyrocketing. Hanke places the total cost estimate for the war at $1 trillion. Dang. Wait, that can't be true, because Pete Hegseth was in before Congress saying it would only cost $37 billion. What in the anti-Semitic hell is going on here? And how did they find the figure 1 trillion? They used the Brown University methodology of multiplying, just multiply initial Pentagon estimates by 25. Wow. Yeah, it's just like whatever. We use these complex methodological mathematical formulas. So we just take whatever the Pentagon says, we multiply it by 25. Usually like a ballpark figure there. Okay, Brown University, are you just saying that the Pentagon is lying, basically? Because if so, we need to arrest you. Pakistani intel indicates that Iran, with covert Pakistani military technical assistance, completed the installation of upgrades to China's Beidou satellite navigation architecture. Yes, China's Beidou satellite system is one of the main reasons that you could argue that Iran is winning this war. These upgrades were moved from Monday last week up to this past Sunday through the port of Gwadar in the Arabian Sea, the strategic maritime terminal of the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor. Then they moved overland to Iran via the Gwadar-Gabid corridor. Okay, so they're upgrading their satellite systems. The upgrades represent a substantial improvement in Iranian targeting precision, electronic warfare resilience, and communication security. Everything is now fully incorporated into Iran's active deterrence architecture. It's a good phrase there. Active deterrence architecture. I like when phrases put architecture at the end. Or structure, like permission structure. Deterrence architecture. Their national security architecture. Their military-grade signal structure. To be coupled with anti-jamming architecture, of course. When it comes to Beidou's anti-jamming architecture, encrypted military-grade signal structure, and secure two-way messaging capability, Iran's vulnerability to American interference practically disappears. Can you believe that? I got a little tickle in my throat. I shouldn't have performed cunnilingus on your mother earlier today. That's now I got a sore throat. Oh, it's okay. She loved it. Now you're going to be butthurt about that just because I said that? Come on. You thin-skinned... turd burglar. The upgrades represent a substantial improvement in Iranian targeting precision. Everything is now fully incorporated into Iran's active deterrence architecture. As if these breakthroughs were not enough, then came a quite unexpected bombshell confirmed by Pakistani intel. No one other than the UAE President Mohammed bin Zayed, and that's MBZ, not to be confused with MBS. MBZ, Z for Zionist, the sole decider in the Emiratis, placed a 40-minute phone call to Iraqchi. He was signaling Abu Dhabi's willingness to establish a durable, long-term relationship with Tehran. That's a first since the start of the American/Israeli war on February 28th. The substance of that phone call was subsequently relayed by Araghchi to Asim Munir. Araghchi on Sunday also talked on the phone with Turkish Foreign Minister Hakan Fidan, and he spoke twice in less than 24 hours with Saudi Foreign Minister Prince Faisal, who, after Riyadh went for airstrikes in Iraq, suddenly turned around and started engaging in the path of total de-escalation. It's true, the Saudis kind of did an about-face there, didn't they? The key takeaway from this flurry of phone calls: Tehran is consolidating maximum leverage at precisely the right moment when Washington is dazed and confused. The so-called Pakistani mediation channel may be somewhat back in play, but what really matters is that Tehran has tweaked the channel to communicate from a position of confidence, enhanced military capacity, and strategic defiance. That's right, every day Iran gets stronger, their position becomes more tenable, and the United States becomes more untenable. Once again, this has nothing to do with a conventional de-escalation. It is a strategic pause, and the Iranian leadership consensually believes it is holding the stronger hand. That's based in a series of cold, hard facts. The U.S. is absorbing unsustainable losses. Trump and his cronies are under severe pressure from oil prices, domestic politics, military overstretch, and regional allies/vassals absolutely terrified of Iranian retaliation. Iran's negotiating sequence is intact. China and Russia have materially strengthened Iran's deterrence, and GCC members are increasingly seeking separate accommodations with Tehran. So under the new regional architecture, the key vector is not that negotiations are collapsing because Iran feels enfeebled. What matters is that Tehran believes it has the upper hand and intends to press the advantage before Washington may somehow regain the initiative. That explains senior Supreme National Security Council members, as well as Iranian lawmakers, continuously warning that Tehran may widen the war if American maximum pressure continues. What's new is the establishment of an even more dangerous automatic escalation ladder. Right, the 10-to-1. A strike on a single Iranian energy facility triggers a retaliation against multiple sites across several states, with the capacity of producing a mesmerizing regional energy crisis in a matter of hours. For all practical purposes, Iran and the Strait of Hormuz is Trump's Suez Crisis, which he brought on himself and the United States. The operative motto among Iranian actors and Pakistani mediators is, he has no way out. That's what a strategic defeat looks like. It's the zugzwang for those chess aficionados out there. Every move that Trump makes ensconces him further in this booby-trapped quagmire of escalation. You like that? Booby-trapped quagmire of escalation. You'll never hear that phrase ever again. You can only hear it here on this live stream. That's why they pay me the big bucks. Are you laughing at me? To back off means Iran elevated to the status of prime power. That's right. Iran is now the fourth regional power in the world, and certainly the regional power in West Asia. Renewed bombing will immediately lead to a massive global energy crisis. Dragging it out means oil prices skyrocketing after the depletion of the strategic petroleum reserves. Nothing will sway Tehran away from its solidly established sequencing if negotiations are back on track. First, Strait of Hormuz. Second, sanctions relief and release of frozen funds. And finally, nuclear negotiations. Iran's foreign ministry spokesman, Esmail Baghaei, has firmly rejected all rumors of talks with Washington beginning this Monday. The only ongoing discussions are with Oman regarding a new temporary shipping route in the Strait of Hormuz. They seem to be inching towards the establishment of a single route, neither the northern route via Iran nor the southern route via Oman. As for the American blockade, one of the moves that blew up the MOU, the only way Tehran will be back in the MOU is after massive asset unfreezing. Up front, before any detailed negotiations. Iran may have as much as a humongous $120 billion of $120 billion of frozen assets in several nations, everything locked up by U.S. sanctions. President Pezeshkian still believes in the MOU. That's definitely not the popular consensus across Iran. Yeah, come on. What are you talking about, Pezeshkian? The MOU? You're going to trust the MOU? You still think there's some legitimacy there? So, in conclusion, friends, the breakdown, as it stands, a sovereign nation embodying resistance that believes it has forced its adversary to retreat has absolutely no incentive to compromise, especially with expanding military capabilities and terrified regional opponents seeking some sort of accommodation. The new 10-to-1 warning is an unavoidable regional tripwire. Any American/Israeli attack on Iranian energy infrastructure triggers a lightning-fast, disproportionate response against Gulf energy assets, wherever they may be. Well, let's fucking go, is what I'm trying to say. I mean, shit, we're 6 months into this bullshit. This treacherous bullshit. That will take time for the whole world to digest, as the repercussions are virtually unimaginable. Tehran, convinced that the battle for leverage is leaning in its favor, is formally adopting total U.S. withdrawal from West Asia as an official negotiating objective. And there is your top news updates. We listened to Alistair Crook, Larry Johnson, and Pepe Escobar, and the Wall Street Journal. Gosh, we are just getting all kinds of knowledge today into our brain skulls, and that is good. So thank you for that suggestion, Sasha. That's right. Thank you. Thank you for calling me a fascist. I do appreciate that. It's very nice of you, Bob. It's too much knowledge, your brain hurts. Is that right? Is that right? Well, I'm glad that your brain is hurting a little bit. Okay? You're challenging yourself. Synapses are firing. You're exercising parts of your brain that have, been atrophied. All right, you're still with us. Let's move to the Discord. Discord slop. The Jews. The what now?
What are their intentions with us? The Jews were thought to have first come to Earth on a spaceship many, many years ago. The crash
So they're like Scientologists.
landing of which killed the dinosaurs. They then framed an asteroid for the dinosaurs' death, starting a prejudice that lasts to this day. After murdering all the really cool dinosaurs, what the Jews did next is not fully known, but some records remain.
You'll notice that most of the Bible focuses on the Jews. Even God recognized that these are people you need to keep a close eye on. And somewhere in the back of this thing, it talks about a Jew that the Romans put to death, and 3 days later, he came back. Just imagine it, an unkillable Jew. Truly terrifying.
Why are the Jews like this? To find out, we were able to secure an interview with a Jew to find the real truth. So why are you all after us? What is it that you actually want? Hello, I'm trying to talk to you. You're not a Jew at all. What the? What? That's my van. Ever get that strange feeling that the world's hatred of Israel is starting to feel a little familiar? Because when the nations start chanting the old slogans with new hashtags, maybe it's time to pay attention. Check out why this time is different today. The Jews.
The Jews. Why is that? Why is the Babylon Bee posting that?
Hey, I'm having trouble falling asleep. Can you just make some relaxing noises to help me?
Absolutely. Let's take it down a notch.
All right, Kate Game, thank you. Hello to you. Welcome in.
Just let your shoulders soften like melting.
Can you make a different noise, please?
Sure. Here we go. Soft and steady.
Can you just make something a little more relaxing?
Yeah.
Yeah. Without skipping a beat. Yes, I can actually.
Like a low, gentle hum.
Okay. Actually, I think I'm all set.
All right. Take care.
There you have it. Ukraine called and said strike on Iranian ship was a mistake. We had prepared to strike 3 points in Ukraine. So, yeah, we've covered this story about Ukraine striking an Iranian tanker off, I forget if it was in the Black Sea or somewhere, but it was apparently on its way to Russia. And I don't think that they knew that it was Iranian per se, but they tried to use the fact that they struck this Iranian tanker as a way politically to gain favor with Trump. Zelensky, he was in the United States last week for Lindsey Graham's funeral, and I'm pretty sure he made some statements like, yes, we're going after Iran, Team America, World Police, we're fighting the same fight. But so Iran took this to heart and said that they're gonna start striking Ukraine, and that was not something that Ukraine was wanting or maybe even expecting. So they had to publicly apologize, say they didn't know that it was an Iranian tanker. We'll pay reparations to the family of the soldier or the sailor that we killed. So anyway, I think we'll take a look at this clip now, just now that we provided context. So he says they also called me and said, no, this was a mistake. We made a mistake. We are, of course, investigating that because we had prepared to strike 3 points in Ukraine, but then they said that we were wrong. Since we're not really looking to escalate the war, we do not want to start a war. So there you go. But it's kind of, it speaks to the hypocrisy of Zelensky saying one thing to President Trump and then saying another thing to the Iranians. Okay, here's Wally Rashid. We were talking about him just a second ago.
This clip has been going viral of an Israeli settler stating that one Jewish life is worth 10 million Palestinian lives. And for obvious reasons, it's receiving a lot of backlash. But unfortunately, this is kind of the mindset of the average settler in the occupied West Bank. Take a listen to this and then let's talk about it.
I think now, after they kill one Israeli people, we need to kill all the people in Tel and Sarah, even Jit and Farata. Why? Because we don't want it to happen again.
It sounds like you're saying one Jewish life is worth hundreds or thousands of Palestinian lives.
Not million. One Jewish life, it's 10 million, okay?
That just sounds racist.
Yes,
okay.
I know.
Yes, I know.
I know, but this is the truth. Because God chose us. Because of this, you are jealous.
These inflammatory...
Because of these, you're jealous. This is a real adult. It's like Disney adults, you know? I can't believe these people are real. They actually believe this shit. Yes. Yeah, no, it's racist, but Sky Daddy said so. I don't know. Sky Daddy, you know, said this, so this is my entire worldview.
You are jealous.
These inflammatory views, rejected by many Israelis, are crucial to understand.
Why are you so upset? Jews, can you stop murdering Palestinian children by the hundreds of thousands, please? Oh my God, you're so obsessed with us. Why are you so jealous? You know? Thank you, Raven's tongue. Why are you laughing at? My girlfriend is laughing at me.
The growing violence in the West Bank, which many extremist Israeli settlers see as land given to them.
I can't do my usual commentary if I'm constantly listening to Peanuts from the Peanut Gallery.
By God.
The Bible is the
Bible
authorizing that this land it's belong to us.
Yes, the miracle book said so. The Sky Daddy wrote a miracle book in 3,000 years ago.
Okay.
Okay.
Israel occupied it militarily.
Yes, and
under
who the fuck are you, Shlomo? Who gives a fuck what you have to say?
National law, that means that no civilian settlements can be built in.
Well, just
yes, but we are the Jews.
Stop right there. I mean, you know, it really just kind of speaks for itself. Again, this is really the mainstream view. The BBC says this is rejected by many Israelis. You know, maybe that's true. Maybe it's not outside of the occupied West Bank. For those who don't know, if you're an Israeli settler in the occupied West Bank, you're another level of manic, because
I'm pretty sure if your God told you to murder everyone that was not a follower of the same religion that you follow, and that you're somehow chosen and better than, and you know, morals don't apply to you, I'm pretty sure that's not a God. You're talking about Satan.
Nobody, the average Israeli doesn't want to live in the occupied West Bank. The average secular Israeli doesn't want to, because why would they want to live there when they can live in Tel Aviv? They feel safer. They're not around Palestinians. Why would they want to live in the occupied West Bank? So who are the kind that want to? The kind that want to are usually a religious kind, and they believe that God gave them the land, so they have a duty to settle the land. And on top of that, they have this Messianic vision that, of course, they have to settle the land. They have to destroy the mosque, Al-Aqsa Mosque. They have to rebuild the third temple. So they have this very Messianic belief that Palestinians are subhuman and they have to kick them out. And on top of that, they end up being very, very poor, because the Israeli government gives tax benefits to settlers that live in the West Bank. They try to incentivize settling. So they'll be like, okay, you'll get a 30% tax write-off. Go live in this settlement here. And if you live in an outpost on top of that, then you're crazy. Because if you live in an outpost, that basically means you're putting a trailer home on the top of a hilltop. You're a psycho settler, and you're doing it for the purpose intent of controlling the Palestinian population. And the Israeli government will call you a security force. And they'll give that to anybody, they'll give that title to anybody, including some sort of 13-year-old, simply because they're an Israeli settler and they should have guns and they should basically terrorize Palestinians. It's their God-given duty. I want to show you another clip here, because here's the thing, guys. People will say that this is they'll call it Zionist supremacy. They'll say it's white supremacy. I'm sorry, it's Jewish supremacy. It's not Zionist supremacy, and I think it's important we get the words right here. People are scared to say that because they don't want to be considered anti-Semitic. There's nothing hateful to just call something out for what it is. It's not Zionist supremacy. They don't believe they're superior because they're Zionists. They don't. Mike Huckabee is a staunch Zionist. He's not a Zionist supremacist. He doesn't believe he's superior. He believes Jewish people are superior. Nobody's going out saying all white people are supremacists and all white people believe that they're better than everybody. There are some white supremacists within that, just like there could be supremacists of any ethnic group. Why is that happening? Well, it's happening clearly.
He's making a good point.
Clearly, because of the fact that they think they're just simply better because they think the Bible told them to. Imagine when you have that sort of belief, when you have that sort of ideology that
arrogance, man.
You're some sort of supremacist, what that means you can do to the other person. That's why they're going out committing all of these atrocities in Gaza. They're going out committing all of these atrocities in the occupied West Bank because they view...
It's like, sit this Jew down and be like, you realize that the Nazis said and felt the same thing and made the same excuses when they did the same exact thing to the Jews. You've become the thing that you said that you reviled.
Palestinians as genuine, they just view them as cockroaches. They genuinely think they are beneath them, and you'll see it. They'll take photos of Palestinians. They'll post it in their Telegram groups. They'll post it on Facebook groups of dead Palestinians or injured Palestinians, and they'll mock it and they'll laugh.
Who's saying that I'm a fascist? You know, I get so many comments. People call me all kinds of things. They never call me a liar, though. Call me every name in the book, but they never call me a liar. I don't get it. You know, people can say this, but where's the evidence for it? People think I'm a Yahtzee because I satirize the Jews, because I say a Jew joke, and that I'm just going to go ahead and say it, okay? Saying Jew jokes does not make you a Nazi. And I'm gonna go ahead and say another thing that might be hard for some of you to hear. Jew jokes are funny. There's really no way around it. Stereotypes are just kind of funny sometimes. You know? I don't hate Jews, but I find the jokes hilarious. And I don't know what to do with this information, but I don't feel guilty, okay? I don't feel guilty for laughing at a Jew joke. I don't. I think if you have a cultural identity, you know, you consort with the general public, you integrate with the public life, then you can be satirized. That just comes with the territory. People can make fun of your noses and your tiny hats. It's all fair game. So don't let them make you feel bad. I think it's more revealing that the fact that you can say a joke about this ethnic group or that cultural group or that social group, but then you say a joke about a Jew, it's like just this preciousness about this one particular group that, you know, if you said the same sorts of things or made the same sorts of generalizations and stereotypes about other groups, it's not met with the same visceral repulsion, you know? And so it's like, wow. Makes you think about how, like, if you want to know who you're ruled by, just, you know, find out who you can't criticize. And it's like, well, you know, they're just jokes, and it's like, whoa, you know, this reaction. Like, there's some graffiti on a light post, and it's like, oh, this anti-Semitism is on the rise. Like, I don't see it. It's just an oven. Relax. Guys, it's just an oven. Yeah, that's another point. Where are all the principled J's? Where are all the Jewish organizations condemning the genocide committed by the one and only Jewish state?
That should be their loudest thing instead of fighting anti-Semitism. Your loudest thing should be...
Yeah, your loudest advocacy should be condemning the genocide, not condemning anti-Semitism.
I mean, it's just pure evil. The more you listen to it, it's pure evil. We saw a little bit of it, interesting enough, we saw a little bit of it when all of these Epstein files were released, and we saw the emails between Jeffrey Epstein and and his, whoever he was corresponding with, making fun of Goy. It's the same sort of thing. Again, it's not all people, but there is a supremacist ideology there where they think they're better. And the thing is, I mentioned Mike Huckabee. I do want to show you another clip though, so you guys can get what I mean, because he feeds into it. And it's important to bring this up because he has the same ideology that they need to settle all the land. And it's a very twisted and sick ideology. Take a listen to this clip.
The ambassador has a very interesting view of anti-Semitism. Rosh Yeshiva grew up in America. There was anti-Semitism, of course. I've experienced it, we've all experienced it. The ambassador has a very interesting view of that. He says you can't understand anti-Semitism. If the people who are anti-Semitic, it's because they're against God, they're against the Rabbi Shalom. And we are represented as his people, and that's why they're anti-Semitic. Otherwise, it doesn't make any sense.
That's great.
Interesting view.
It's an interesting view.
Jewish logic.
There's another view that since we consider the chosen people, so people are very. Who are you? What are you? Where are you taking big shots? Chosen people.
And that's part of it. Is that because you are the chosen people, given a chosen place for a
Fuck. We are just not a serious country.
Chosen purpose.
That's right. Because as a good Shabbat Goy, I must say, you are the chosen people. That's right.
And if someone is angry at God, he'll be angry at the people who represent him.
Oh, right, I got you. So if you're angry at the Chosenites, that must mean that you're angry at God because God chose those Chosenites. This is the logic, the chosen logic.
So I tell people anti-Semitism is irrational. There's no reason for it unless you understand the spiritual reason, which is what I believe is at the heart of it. It is not the left versus the right. It is good versus evil. It is the Creator versus those who rebel against the Creator.
So
I guess I'll agree with them there a little bit. It is good versus evil.
Apparently, first off, hate towards any group of people is evil. I just don't believe you can collectively look at a group of people and say they're evil.
Unless they're Israelis.
This obsession with continuing to tell them that they're superior, that they're chosen. What the hell does that even mean? In what religious book? It doesn't say that they're chosen in the Bible. It doesn't say they're chosen anywhere. What's that mean, chosen? They're chosen. They're chosen. It's really getting in their head when people keep repeating this thing over and over and over and over and over again. No wonder you understand this ideology that they're supremacists when they continuously repeat this. And we feed into it. And we have evangelical Christians that are feeding into this delusion. And it justifies the murder of people. This is why I say, guys, like Zionism is just such an evil, it's one of the most evil ideologies. You just really can't, the more you listen to it, the more it kind of shocks you of how, it's just a mental illness.
Yeah.
This idea that you can have this sort of Jewish nationalism, which justifies the murder and the ethnic cleansing and the theft of other people's land. This clip has also been going viral. It was going viral yesterday of a Palestinian ambulance with a pregnant woman who was bleeding internally and the baby died because the IDF at the checkpoint, they just wouldn't let them pass. They simply wouldn't let them pass, and they didn't care. They opened up the back. They saw the pregnant lady. They didn't care. They told them they had to shut off the engine and just wait for 10 minutes. Take a listen to this.
Al Kayuti drives the only ambulance in a small Palestinian village in the West Bank. Last Monday, he picked up a woman who was 6 months pregnant, and she was bleeding, in terrible pain. She required urgent medical attention. But their route to the hospital was blocked by this checkpoint. Israeli soldiers had closed the road. The medics were forced to sit on the roadside and wait.
So livid.
But if they tried another route, they risked an attack by Israeli settlers.
حاولنا في كل الطرق إن نوصل للمستشفيات وصلنا البوابات أطلقوا علينا الرصاص.
At some point, gates they fired at us, and other gate settlers tried to damage our vehicles, even prevented us from transporting patients.
They had to wait for 10 minutes before the ambulance was allowed to advance. the soldiers approach the vehicle, one with his rifle drawn. They open the door, see the pregnant woman and her nurse, and demand IDs. Then they tell Al-Qayuti to shut off the engine. When the soldiers ordered Mr. Al-Qayuti to switch off the engine, he had to stop the oxygen and he had to turn off the monitors in the ambulance. But they couldn't move. They were stuck here on the edge of the city, and soon they had to make an impossible decision. Did they try to save the life of the mother, or did they try to save the life of the child? Jeez. The nurse tells Al-Qayuti she must deliver the baby to save the mother's life.
So I mean, if anybody if any people are willing to see that and just allow the baby to die, allow what they're doing to justify it. They see a pregnant lady, she's bleeding internally, that the nurse is stating this is what's going on. They don't care. You have to be a supremacist to be willing to allow that to just happen. You have to believe that you are better than, or these.
Imagine carrying a child to birth for 9 months. In the moment he's going to be born, he can't be delivered because of the IDF.
People's lives are insignificant in order to do something like that. You know, this is like, I hope that we reach a day where Zionism is known for what it is, that it's just straight up, you know.
I think we've reached the day where we know what it is. I wish we could reach the day where we could put an end to it.
It's the straight up most supremacist, disgusting belief that's destroyed so much of the Middle East, that's murdered so many people, that's justified so many evil atrocities. The United Nations, they stated they voted on Zionist being a racist ideology back in the, what was it, the 70s? And then George H.W. Bush, he pushed the United Nations to reverse it.
That's right. I forgot about that.
In order to get Israel to go and meet in Madrid for the international peace conferences. And I made a whole video on that about the assassination attempt and everything else. But what you need to understand is that it wasn't reversed. That United Nations resolution wasn't reversed because they no longer believed it. It was reversed because there was political pressure to get Israel to show up to peace talks, which they then rejected. That's why it was reversed. It is a racist ideology. It is putting Jewish people above the lives of other people. It is justifying the ethnic cleansing of other people because they're not Jewish. So that's it for this video, guys. Let me know what you guys think in the comments below. If you found this video...
Okay, that's gut-wrenching story.
Welcome back to the Disturbing Illusion channel. I definitely have a disturbing illusion for you today, which is unfortunately our disturbing reality. This is IDF General Erez Winter. He says that in the future, he wants to take total control of the world's battlefields. And how does he want to do that? How does he want to accomplish?
The tiny hat man has some opinions.
This lofty goal, this psychopathic goal, artificial intelligence. He claims that with advanced technology, he'll be able to target and kill anyone on the planet instantly, and claims that's Israel's next priority. He says what Israel did in Iran and Lebanon is just the
These Jews are crazy, man.
Beginning of what the world should expect from Israel. He claims, quote, "We need to control the battlefield in a way that allows us to operate in seconds. This is the next phase." Let's take a listen.
I guess I'll just sit in my apartment until Israel comes up with the technology to just drone strike me here in America.
And you spoke about AI, you spoke about autonomy.
So I got that to look forward to, which is nice.
Other than that, what do you think would be the next breakthrough that would fundamentally change Israel's battlefield advantage when it comes to defense tech, whether it be from the big primes or from the Israeli startups?
It's all in there, because if you will know how to connect the great intelligence that you have today that trace thousands of targets, and by using an AI methods, adjust those targets to an attacking chip fast rapid elements and manage to control the battlefield in a way that you can operate it in seconds. We saw what Israel managed to do in Iran and in Lebanon, but that's something that we prepared more than a decade. The simultaneously attack that demolished the Hezbollah years of preparation of missiles and rockets and launchers. So I believe that this is the next phase, and hopefully we'll see it sooner than later.
But hey, don't worry. They're our greatest ally. We can trust psychopaths. What could possibly go wrong? Speaking of psychopaths, Mark Levin says that he doesn't give a damn if the war against Iran leads to global economic depression or even a world war, as long as Israel is protected. Levin says the United States military must bomb targets in the Middle East. Targets like government buildings, the IRGC, their entire communications infrastructure, their banks. Total destruction is the only way to do it. Victory at all costs, no matter how many lives, no matter how much destruction.
A power vacuum. That's what's needed. Continue hitting ballistic missile and drone factories to destroy as much of its offensive military capability as possible, helping to protect, for example, the Arab oil infrastructure. And I know they're lobbying the White House. There have been reports on this. They're concerned about a wider war because they're concerned about the oil infrastructure, a worldwide depression, and so forth and so on. It won't happen. It won't happen. But take out all the offensive abilities they have, and I think that's what the president is doing, as a matter of fact. Target government buildings. Target the IRGC and regular Army facilities. More on the communication centers. Hit their banks. Hit their financial centers. If we want victory, and we want to get this over with, this is the only way to do it. And reconsider our aversion to hitting the...
It's the only way. You got to target the items and the infrastructure that I'm talking about. Are you hearing me, Trump administration? You got
But remember that Iran are the terrorists, okay?
to do what Mark Levin says.
Oil production and
Can you imagine Iran doing anything like that to the United States?
Refining facilities and infrastructure. The fact is, this is the surest way to cripple the regime. Don't worry about rebuilding the infrastructure.
Don't worry about it, Mark Levin. I'm gonna cry.
There are multiple ways to do that after the war.
Here he goes. He's going to turn into a little shrill bitch.
With a mini Marshall program.
This guy's truly a psychopath. This guy truly wants the death and destruction of anybody at all costs for the sake of Israel. We've got to do this for Israel.
Or investment from private sector and so forth and so on. There are ways to deal with it. Do not worry about that right now. The focus and the concern should be victory. Victory brings many opportunities and possibilities. Diplomatically, no...
Bro, you lost, Mark. Mark, you guys lost 6 months ago. You're still not taking the L. But you took it, but you're not acknowledging it.
Cease fire for at least 30 days and perhaps longer. No negotiating.
No ceasefire, no negotiation, says Mark Levin. Just keep launching the missiles, dropping the bombs.
It's worked great so far.
Sending the troops.
Yeah, like what bombs, what troops, like...
Launching the drones. Maximum pressure campaign, right, Mark?
Like what he's trying to get the Trump administration to do is like something that they physically cannot do. Even if they wanted to, they physically can't.
30 days and perhaps longer. We need to meet our objectives first on the battlefield.
Where?
Financially, militarily, and every other way.
Meanwhile, Israeli lawyer Yehuda Shimon, during an interview that has gone viral, claims that one Jewish life is worth 10 million Palestinian lives. And in his mind, because God chose them over all the people of the earth, every square inch of the Middle East belongs to them and no one else. And when the reporter said, well, that sounds racist, he said, yeah, I know.
To kill all the people in Tel and
We just watched that, so we don't have to watch it again. Right? All right, let's keep going.
Some members of the Jewish community, including Democratic Congressman Josh Gottheimer, were alarmed by the language he used at the rally last week, calling AIPAC monsters who move dark money.
We've seen this clip too. Smoke donut. Smoke yourself, you funny little bitch. What this is.
In the heart of the Holy Land.
In the heart of the Holy Land. Spit. Live from Israel.
This is an example of the kind of intimidation that they're talking about.
The chaos started early.
And we are still hours out yet from the march. And
Where are you from the march? Where are you from? Don't stop the filming. I put my hand over your head. Nobody can see you now.
Let him speak.
We meet Atara, who moved here with her parents from Texas 5 years ago.
Tara, yeah, I'm from Texas. Also indigenous to the Middle East, though, kind of. She looks like the settler that said, colonialism gets a bad rap.
Ago. They idolize Meir Kahane, a far-right American rabbi who moved to Israel and was convicted of multiple acts of terror. He's considered a founding father of the ultra-nationalist movement.
So what would you do to the Palestinians living here?
Here, like in the old city, leave or kill you.
What would you do?
I think Islam is cancer, and you don't transfer cancer to another patient. That's
wow. Again, they just project everything that they are. Everything that the world views Israelis as being is exactly what they view everyone else.
not moral. You have to destroy cancer.
And what does destroy look like for you?
To either kill or re-educate all Muslims.
This man, Itamar Ben-Gvir, from the extreme right, makes similarly shocking statements. Once convicted for supporting far-right terrorist organizations, he's now the Israeli government's national security minister.
Typical Israeli. Like, I still just can't get over it. So we just need to KILL all the MUSLIMS. Just average Israeli settler there. Just average Israeli civilian. Yeah, we just need to K all the M's.
You're not from here. You came here from America, trying to displace people who were from here.
First of all, I'm not trying to displace nobody, and second of all, this is my country. I'm a Jew. God gave it to me.
Shaheen owns a kebab shop, but he can't open today.
Behind. Is it every year it happens? But
no, it's every year more and more and more.
We're talking to you now, and you've got a group walking down who are trying to stop us from being able to talk to you, I think. That's what they're doing. They're shouting so we can stop our interview. What do you feel when you see them walking?
It's pain for me. Yeah. It's pain for me. I want to live. You want to live. He want to live. Everybody want to live.
Everybody want to live, but not everybody chosen to live. This is just insane clip of IDF soldiers throwing grenades over the West Bank wall. How is this not considered terrorism? He's got a grenade launcher, just going to shoot it across the wall. Well, let's throw another grenade. What the hell is going on here? Israel rescues gay Palestinians from their culture. I gasped, I'm telling you. You're on the right side of the Islamic regime that hangs gays publicly. Do you know what they do to gays? You know they slaughter their heads, they behead them. What right do you have to side with the Nazis and live here at our expense? Parasites, pathological Nazis. What is going on? Yeah, that's exactly what I said, too. Weird.
מה עושה את השכונה הזאת ציונית?
שהיא הוקמה על ידי יהודים ציונים שברחו מהטווחים שעשו להם הערבים המוסלמים למטה בעיר?
את יודעת איפה היהודים גרו בחיפה לפני הציונות?
כן, בחרת אל יהוד, והם סבלו מטווחים, ובגלל זה הם עלו כדי ליצור מכשול גיאוגרפי שהם הפסיקו לעשות בהם טווחים.
לפני הציונות
היה סבא וסבתא שלי.
היה צד נוצרי
Imagine knowing this person in your daily life.
והיה צד מוסלמי, והיהודים גרו בצד המוסלמי. איך את מסבירה את זה? זה ההיסטוריה.
מי שילידה ללמוד היסטוריה מהקולוניאליסטים האירופאים, אתה רציני? מי שלא נלחם בזמן...
European colonialists? What?
באמת, אחר כך מקבל 7 באוקטובר. שקט דמיוני זה לא שקט. מדברת על שחרור של פלסטין והיא לא חיה שם מצבועה. אתם לא יכולים להתנשק ככה בפלסטין. אין זכויות ללהט"ב בפלסטין. אין זכויות ללהט"ב בשום מקום באזור הזה חוץ מכאן. למה להיות צבועות?
את יודעת על הבלקמיילינג
What a weird bitch.
Firstly, we have to understand that according to the Torah, the state of Israel have no right to exist. Not only they have no right to go
Finally, an honest Jew
to wage wars on other countries like Gaza, Iran and Lebanon and so on. This again not my words, it's written in the Torah and the reference of that is in Numbers 14 verse 41. It really was by a similar situation when God took out the Jewish people from Egypt. And then he commanded them to stay in the forest. But there was people that didn't agree. They say, no, we want to go up the Holy Land.
We found him, guys. He does exist. Behold, the honest Jew.
Even by force. And Prophet Moses told him, no, stay in the desert for 40 years. God commanded you to stay, took out from Egypt and commanded you to stay in the desert 40 years. Only after that you can go to the Holy Land. But these people didn't agree. And they gone up. Then Prophet Moses told them, why do you rebel against God? You will not succeed. And then that's what happened. They tried to go up and there was all of them killed. Yes, a rebellion against God cannot be succeed. And what the Zion is doing, a rebellion is a rebellion against God. They will not succeed. The Holy Land in today's day, according to the Torah, is
Hey, thank you, Chatter. Now go fuck yourself.
belongs to the Palestinian in full, not a two-state, and not all of this. From the river to the sea should go back to the Palestinians in full, and all the Palestinian refugees should come back and they should get back their homes in the villages like it was before. This is according to the Torah. Could be the Jewish people can live there under a Palestinian government like Jewish people living today in Iran. Even under the war, they have no problem with Jews. They have a problem with occupiers. They have a problem with the genocide. They have no problem with Jews. Even in Israel, you have hundreds of thousands of anti-Zionist Jews, strong anti-Zionist Jews.
Not strong enough there, Rabbi.
They don't serve in the army. Today, as we speak, yes, you have 55,000 of Ayot, but they refuse to go to the army. Our rabbis told them better go to prison and not in this murderous army. Yes, 55,000. But if the police catch them, they put them in jail. And you can see that on the social media, in big protests in Israel themselves, in like the Zion.
They're protesting not the genocide. They're protesting having to be a part of it.
They beat people on the head everywhere. It's you can see that only in the social media because the mainstream media don't show that. But this is in Israel. There are hundreds of thousands. But outside Israel, people look like me.
He was like flexing. He's like, people look like me, and he touched his locks like he was glamming himself.
Most of them are against the state of Israel. Firstly,
you are the Nazi regime that is carrying out a Holocaust in Gaza. You are the Nazi who is doing it as we speak. You're the evil.
It's an incredibly based clip, but we've seen it many times. So I'm going to move on. Colonel Douglas McGregor says that we've lost in Iran, we've lost in Ukraine. When I say we, I'm talking about the United States, because we put full faith and credit and power of the United States behind these very stupid, unnecessary wars.
We have lost in Iran. We have lost in Ukraine. When I say we, I'm talking about the United States, because we put the full faith and credit and power of the United States behind these very stupid, unnecessary wars. All of our allies are on the skids. Everybody's going broke. Nobody has any money. There will be no great mobilization of Europe against Russia. But what's happened in the meantime? China, which has profited enormously from our stupidity, is the rising power in the world. It is de facto the greatest economy in the world today. In terms of purchasing parity, absolutely, without question. So then we turn away from China, we look at Russia. Russia is in superb condition because the Russians have husbanded their resources. They have moved cautiously and deliberately, although I think that's about to change. And I guess we'll talk about that in a minute. But then you also have to look at Iran. Iran was supposed to have gone under several times. Its population was supposed to have starved and died and begged for mercy several times. The Iranians are not interested in talking to us anymore. No one is calling Trump and asking for talks. He's desperate for them. They're not going to happen. There is only one way out for Donald Trump and Iran, and that is for us to pack up our things and steal away into the night, to disappear quietly. If we don't do that, it will get worse for us. The rest of the global energy structure will be at high risk, much of it in the Gulf region destroyed, not just for a year or two, not for 3 or 4 years, for a decade or more. And when we leave, it's very obvious what happens. The only power in the world with the wealth, the expertise, and the power to come in there and change anything, make anything right, rebuild anything is China. And the Turks are watching it. They're seeing who is winning and who is losing. It's only a matter of time. They want to be on the winning team, and they will join. And that'll be the end of it. And this thing we call Israel, which is a product of the Sykes-Picot Agreement, will be on the skids. They'll have a choice put to them. Either you live within the broader regional framework that we define on our terms, or you go away.
Love that. I hope it's the latter.
I wonder why they killed this man.
How about Al-Qaeda?
Al-Qaeda وين هي؟
Where is Al-Qaeda?
Al-Qaeda هنا في نيويورك.
Al-Qaeda is here in New York. Who is he, Bin Laden? He committed a heinous act.
A heinous.
هو بن لادن عملها.
Bin Laden made this heinous act. You don't think what Osama bin Laden did was wrong?
هو كان في إحدى الطائرات اللي ضربت الأبراج.
Was he on board one of those aircraft that hit the tower? But he took credit for sending them.
لا هذا شيء ثاني لكن.
This is another thing.
يعني ما أعتقدش الآن بين أيدينا حكم قانوني ضد بن لادن بهالخصوص.
I don't think that in front of us we have a court sentence vis-a-vis Bin Laden or on this regard.
So he just arbitrarily decided it was Bin Laden, so therefore we must launch this war.
الإرهابيين اللي ضربوا نيويورك ما هوش أفغان.
The terrorists who hit New York are not from Afghan. They're not Afghani.
ما طلعوش من بالطائرات من أفغانستان أو من العراق.
They did not use the airplanes or take off from Iraq or Afghanistan by airplanes.
من مطار كندي هنا.
They flew from JFK airport here in New York.
هو العمل كله حصل داخل أمريكا.
The whole action was done here.
The whole action
sprang from here.
وتدربوا هنا في أمريكا.
They were trained here.
لم يتدربوا في العراق. ولم يتدربوا في أفغانستان.
They did not train, or they were not
I love this.
trained in Iraq or in Afghan.
No lies detected. And isn't it interesting, right before he died, he was creating a currency called the dinar that was backed by nothing but gold and silver. Mm-hmm. And that wasn't just for Libya, that was going to be throughout Africa. And he was building the world's biggest aquifer that would run and give free fresh water to everybody throughout the region. And everybody in that country of Libya was able to get free education, free healthcare. I mean, the standard of living over there was absolutely incredible. And if you got married, you got a free home and farmland or land to do whatever you wanted on it. yeah, it's a little interesting that they took him out, and he was actually uniting with other leaders that thought the same way that he did. And after we destroyed that country where the education was top notch, and they were creating a gold and silverback currency and the aquifer, and all these things, right? It went to the shitter. Went to the absolute shitter, and now there's basically slavery running throughout that country. People are being sold left and right, and it's just way worse than a third world country. That's not done by accident. Oh yeah, and after they invaded or killed him or whatever, however you want to call it, all his gold and silver reserves just disappeared. Poof.
They went, and now they're in the Bank of London. Gaddafi was such a heartless dictator. He told Chevron, ExxonMobil, Shell, BP, he told them no. And get this just to give you a little bit of a, modicum of evidence to show what a terrorist tyrant this guy Gaddafi was. Ostensibly, he did nationalize Libya's oil industry. And get this, he used the revenue that Libya made from its oil industry to pay for education and social services like healthcare for Libyans themselves. I mean, what kind of monster would try to nationalize oil profits to raise the living standard of their own people? I mean, that's just incredibly tyrannical. To tell the shareholders no? To tell the Jews at BlackRock, no, actually. That is very anti-Semitic.
I'm here at Burger King, and an employee in Burger King just said Free Palestine to me.
This Jew is upset. It's reminding him of Auschwitz. Look, this Jew's like, I'm at Burger King, and one of the employees says Free Palestine.
I'm here at Burger King, and an employee in Burger King just said Free Palestine to me.
Man, now I want some Burger King.
Ariana, what did you say to me? What did you say to me, Ariana?
What did you say?
Okay.
Yeah, she's like, yeah.
Okay, Ariana, because I was just ordering food for my family.
And now he's outside the He's going to continue. This is a 2-part investigation series. It's called Jew Gets Kicked Out of Burger King.
This woman looks at me and she says, where are you from? I said, I'm from Israel. And then she says, Free Palestine. And I said, what does that have to do with anything? We came here to order food. But she insisted, Free Palestine. What, say it again. Free Palestine. I got you, Ariana, here at Burger King. No problem. So back in...
Now he's in the car. He's made his entire day about this interaction. Oh my gosh. The poor guy.
Right now, obviously very upset, but we asked for a refund.
He still is very upset. He should be eating his Burger King fries. That would make it even more hilarious.
The place, leaving me with the question, Burger King, are you a safe place for Jews
Are you a safe place for Jews? Because Ariana, the burger flipper, has got some choice words for the Israelis. She says, Free Palestine. Look at this. Clearly, this picture proves that Burger King is not a safe place for the Jews. She said, and then, officer, she told me to have a good rest of my day. After she insisted to free Palestine, she said, get this, have a great day. Burger King, why are your establishments not safe for the Jews? When can we retire this genre of videos where a Jew cries out in public for like normal interactions that happen in daily life.
Again, I got you, Ariana, here at Burger King. No
She's so
problem.
unbothered.
So back in the car right now.
Literally, the anti-Semitism fucked with him so much, his eyes are crooked. He went cross-eyed because the anti-Semitism was so virulent.
Obviously very upset, but we asked for a refund and we left the place.
We asked for a refund.
Leaving me with the question, Burger King, are you a safe place for Jews right now?
What did she say against the Jews? I don't understand. She didn't even say she didn't address Jews. She didn't say the word Jews. All she said was free Palestine. She literally expressed the basic conclusions of international law. And I found that to be very anti-Semitic. It was reminding me of the Holocaust. She basically stated to me the court rulings of the ICJ. And that made me feel really, really unsafe. Debunking Xinjiang, chatting with a real Uyghur person. Thank you, Obi-Wan. Let's take a look.
I'm here to meet my colleague and friend Nigar, a young Uyghur who speaks fluent English, Mandarin.
Wow, his name is Nigar. That's regrettable. And he's a Uyghur? His name is Nigar, and he's a Uyghur. Even just covering the story, I'm immediately canceled for racism.
And of course, Uyghur.
听说过，就是来到新疆的很多外国
Ayo, what's his name?
朋友，他们会说，就是新疆跟他们在外媒的报道看到的不一样，然后他们会跟我说，在
That is a Uyghur named Nigar. I'm going to hell.
他们看到的报道里面就有这些。
just reporting the news, okay?
Forced labor，
Oh,
就这些词的。就是他们为什么会这么想？因为我们
Obi-Wan, are you trying to get me fired?
在这里，一切都非常的顺利，然后方便，我就不知道他们为什么会有这样的想法，觉得我们在这里生活的不幸福。
She is just as miffed by the Western media coverage of her homeland as I am, so she happily agreed to come along and be my Uyghur translator.
You went to Shanghai to learn at the Shanghai Waiyu Daxue.
Yeah.
But the foreign media maybe would say you were forced to go to Shanghai to learn.
No, I take the college entrance exam by all my efforts
To go there.
to go there.
So you studied so hard to go to Shanghai to
go
learn.
to Shanghai to learn. They are saying a Chinese government is forcing a Chinese citizen to learn Mandarin. I don't know what's wrong with learning Mandarin.
Yeah.
To see the world outside of the Xinjiang.
We're gonna eat some dessert.
I want to go to Xinjiang.
So a few Hasbro influencers have reached out to me recently. I will leave them unnamed, but you know who you are. So I assume that
Oh my God, that's great.
They were feeling me out to see whether I could become controlled opposition. But I think they figured out pretty quickly I'm not for sale like they are. I lost most of my family for speaking out. So there's nothing Israel, AIPAC, or an influencer can offer me. There's nothing they could take away from me either that would silence me now. So Israel has spent over $1 billion trying to influence what you think. And now it's spending millions to influence the answers that AI gives you. So Israel doesn't need you to believe.
So Israel doesn't really need to do it like this, but they are surveilling you.
Every lie. It floods the internet with propaganda and waits for 1 out of 20 to stick. It fooled me before, so don't think it can't fool you. So when you ask ChatGPT about Gaza, ask for sources and then check who created and paid for those sources. These articles are designed to look trustworthy, so AI will find them and then repeat those claims as fact. These websites were not built.
Yeah, that's true. They they created a bunch of fake websites spewing Hasbro talking points about Israel. There's like no viewership for these websites. They're just completely psyoped. And the reason that they exist is that large language models will then read the material on these websites and then quote them when you ask information about geopolitical issues concerning Israel. The large language model will spew out whatever was posted on this Israeli website concerning that very subject.
For you to read. They were built for your computer to read to you. You could ask, does supporting Israel benefit America? And AI might answer yes, using an Israeli-funded website as its source. They couldn't buy my silence. Don't let them buy your trust.
Okay, I appreciate it, Guy, but you're kind of annoying, all right? And I don't like your whole aesthetic.
اتدمرت بيوتنا وتدمر كل حاجة بنمتلكها وجينا نازحين في مدينة خان يونس وعايشين في خيمة وأمورنا صعبة ورغم كل الصعاب اللي حوالينا بنلعب سكيت وبنرفه عن حالنا وبنفرغ طاقات في غزة. قلت السكيت تبعي من شمال غزة من تحت الدمار وتحت الركام. قلت السكيت لأنه غير متوفر في المحلات وغير متوفر أبدا أي أدوات غيار أو أي مستلزمات أو أدوات حماية غير متوفر أبدا في غزة وممنوع يدخل لقطاع غزة. إنه إحنا بعد ما خلصت الحرب إنه إحنا مستمرين على رياضة التزلج ونحكي لكل العالم إنه في مواهب في غزة وعندنا إمكانيات ضخمة ورغم كل الدمار والحرب والجوع اللي عشناه إلا إنه إحنا مستمرين رغم كل شيء مستمرين في رياضتنا السكيت.
نتمنى إنه يعني نطلع برا نشوف النوادي تعوني رياضتنا نلعب بالنوادي الحلوة مثل الشوارع والإحجار والركام. يعني إحنا كل ما نلعب نتعقل بحجر بنقع من الإحجار أما إحنا متمكنين من الرياضة. بتمنى أمنية واحدة إن أطلع برا وألعب في نوادي برا هاي اللي بتمناها يعني رغم الجروح.
What? I'm a homophone? What does that mean? I'm a homophone.
رغم الهم اللي بنشوفه والحياة هذه إني بلعب رياضتي على البوت يعني وبدي أفرغ عن حالي شوية. فالواحد بدل ما هو ضل قاعد في الخيم بدنا نطلع الطاقة اللي عندنا الإيجابية اللي كنا نطلعها قبل الحرب.
You know, they hired former Trump campaign manager Brad Parscale to create a series of websites designed not to attract human traffic. These websites get very few, monthly visitors, but to try and infiltrate the underlying training data for different chatbots. And so I undertook this investigation to try and understand, how successful these efforts have been, and found that they've actually been very successful. These websites, there's about 1,000 different domains, and they've been archived about almost 1,000 times by Common Crawl, which is the largest data repository that chatbots draw from for their training data.
Wow. So we can take a look at an example of this, but the first, or the second rather, element up on the screen here. So you guys asked Perplexity, is it beneficial for the U.S. to enhance military cooperation with Israel? We got back here a one-word answer. Yes! And you can see on the side what sources they pulled from. And one of them in particular, this, I don't know how you say this, Alivia, whatever. Yeah. This is one of the Brad Parscale websites that is created exactly for these propaganda purposes. So they're not expecting humans to go to this website. They are wanting Perplexity and other LLMs to go to this website and then spit out apparently one-word answers that, yes, of course it's great for the U.S. to enhance military cooperation with Israel.
It's pretty amazing. And I reached out to Perplexity about this, and they basically said, well, it's up to the users to go to the websites and determine for themselves whether this is a good source or not.
Wow.
But like you'd think that
that's complete BS because they're giving an affirmative answer. They're saying yes, and then they're citing their sources.
And no nuance whatsoever. Chatbots famously usually provide, kind of the both sides argument, right?
Totally.
So, this is like a big win for them. If you're asking a question like that, and they're just saying yes.
Wow.
No need to look under the hood. No need to do any further
They're also
investigating.
very wordy normally. Like, I'm shocked.
Yeah.
Every prophet walked this fire. Every truth cuts through the liar. Whole world watching slaughter daily.
You don't have to be a senior at Caltech to know we only have three choices: escalate, retreat, and come home, or maintain the status quo. I would maintain the status quo, sanctions, blockade. I would bomb Pickaxe Mountain. I don't know whether the president should start a new bombing campaign again because I don't have the military intelligence.
This is just crazy. The United States Senate is supposed to be the upper chamber, the one that is filled with the higher thinking people. And then
higher thinking or higher paid?
Here is Senator Kennedy. He has the audacity to say, I think that we should either maintain the status quo, bomb Pickaxe Mountain, and I don't know, maybe we should go do a big bombing campaign again. Then he admits, I don't have any military intelligence. You just recommended attacking.
Yeah. You just recommended attacking Pickaxe Mountain, but I also don't have access to any military intelligence, so I don't know what we should do.
Pickaxe Mountain. He still thinks, he's one of those that thinks it's 1992 still, and that we can just do whatever we want.
That's pretty funny. Laura Loomer eating dog food, yes.
Larry, hungry.
I'm literally about to puke. I mean, ugh, gross. Why did you do that to me? Ugh. Sucks. Fucking thing sucks.
This is fucking disgusting.
A 3-year-old, and I know it's really disturbing, but the details matter. That 3-year-old child on that escalator, that's the victim. You see, on September 16th, that little girl and her mother crossed the U.S.-Mexico border. Legally, because her father is a legal permanent resident of the United States living in Chicago. But Customs and Border Patrol claimed and then charged the mother with allegedly making false statements and then used that to detain the mother and the daughter. And then they used that to claim that the girl was now an unaccompanied minor and sent her to the Office of Refugee Resettlement on her own. A 3-year-old. She was placed into a foster home, and less than 2 months later, on November 11th, her foster parents realized that her underwear one day was on backwards. And when they questioned her about it, that's when they realized that she had been SA'd by an older child that they were fostering. And that whole time, not only did our government give the father the runaround, not letting him know where his own daughter is, but then on top of it, all they told him was that she had an accident. And the father, who again is a legal permanent resident of the United States, who put in an application to sponsor his own daughter the day after she was taken to a shelter, because as a legal resident, he's allowed to be her sponsor, but the government did nothing but give him the runaround. And in the United States, the process for becoming a sponsor for an immigrant includes at one point having to get your DNA and your fingerprints done. But for months, the government refused to schedule an appointment for the father to get those done. So not knowing what to do anymore, he finally turned for legal help. And they only gave him those appointments because he had to file a lawsuit to get them to do their job. And it wasn't until the father turned to the attorneys at the Pro Bono Asylum Representation Project, and after they filed a habeas corpus, did they find out that this accident was actually SA. Repeatedly. Of a 3-year-old that caused bleeding. And even after he was approved to be a sponsor, they continued to delay it, saying that, we don't know what the timeline is. But surprise, surprise, after the habeas corpus was filed, it took 2 days for them to release the daughter and reunite her with her father, which is the moment we're seeing here. No kid should have to go that, and like her father said, if it wasn't for the government taking so long and doing this on purpose, this probably would have never happened. This isn't policing. This is a crime against.
That's sad.
And to be welcomed into spaces, to have those conversations with people.
Melanie again decides to send a 2-hour link. She should be drawn and quartered.
You support terrorists. Do you support Hamas? I'm against terrorism too. I'm against terrorism too.
You just see it on their face.
I don't support Hamas.
Keep moving. Go away.
Look at this sociopath.
Okay.
We don't want no Zionists here. Keep moving.
Anti-Semitic.
We don't want to talk to you. Keep moving.
The government told me that if I say that, people will believe me.
Keep moving. We don't want to talk to you.
Fuck you.
We don't want to talk to you.
Nice try, bitch. Nice try. Nice try. I've already been there.
Right, look at that.
You're not fucking Jewish. Genocide is not a Jew.
Security guard is Michael Jackson.
Fucking Jewish. Genocide is not a Jewish value, bitch.
Genocide is not a Jewish value, bitch.
Occupation is not a Jewish value. Genocide and occupation and rape and murder and blowing babies up is not Judaism, bitch. It's Zionism.
She's like, everything I know about the world I learned in 3rd grade at my kibbutz.
Under President Trump, the United States will stand with the Jewish people. We have implemented a vigorous new visa policy.
Look at those ears. Wow.
That will prevent foreign nationals from coming to the United States to foment hatred against our Jewish community.
They're like lily pads. Like, what is the look of them? They're so flaky and... Oh...
We are holding international organizations and nations accountable for rhetoric against Israel that resurfaces in the manifesto of monsters, like Iran and Sarah's killer. But we do see an eventual light at the end of this long tunnel of suffering. One can
I agree with that, John Carofo Joe.
Imagine a Middle East in which the Abraham Accords eventually reign. So thank you for the opportunity to address you.
So if you criticize Israel, you will be denied a visa to the United States. Good thing I'm already here. Otherwise, I would never be welcome. I'm a homegrown T-wordist. Israel first. We proudly put Israel before Great Britain. Why is that Lamau? What were they doing? Jewish terror explained.
Back in March, there was a failed assassination plot in New York City against a prominent activist. If you haven't heard much about it, that could be because the perpetrator was inspired by a Jewish terrorist organization, and his target was a Palestinian.
FBI agents swooped in to arrest 26-year-old Alexander Heifler.
A resident is accused of building Molotov cocktails with the intention of throwing them at the home and cars of a New York City-based pro-Palestinian activist.
They say they found 8 Molotov cocktails and prevented an assassination plot.
Back in March, Alexander Heffler, a 26-year-old living in New Jersey, was arrested over an alleged plot to firebomb the home of Palestinian activist Nardine Kaswani. Heffler belonged to a Zionist organization called the JDL 613 Brotherhood, a little-known group that draws inspiration from one of the most violent and notorious Jewish organizations in modern U.S. history, the Jewish Defense League. Designated by the FBI as a right-wing terrorist group, the Jewish Defense League is a far-right, pro-Israel extremist organization associated with militant Jewish nationalism and anti-Arab hatred. It was founded in 1968 by Rabbi Meir Kahane, an Orthodox Jewish rabbi from Brooklyn. He was an extremist Zionist, anti-Palestinian racist who preached Jewish supremacy and the expulsion of Palestinians from historic Palestine.
To transfer the Arabs out of this country.
Kahane believed that Jews faced severe anti-Semitism and argued for militant self-defense, encouraging Jews to arm themselves and adopting slogans that...
There it is, finally. Yeah, you're right. We already watched this. My bad. Look at you correcting me on my stream. Like, damn. All right, that's all right.
So if you know a search is
and then I'm going to move to Twitter.
about to happen, you now can't delete your phone. Now, Tunick has been charged but not convicted. Government still has to prove the seizure was lawful and that he intended to defeat it.
We have a person who found a way to fight back, and the system ain't happy about it. The government hopes to set a precedent. An interview with the man charged for allegedly wiping his Graphene OS phone.
American citizen wiped his phone clean at the border when immigration tried to search it, and now the federal government is charging that American with a felony that could put him in jail for up to 5 years. This is absolutely true. Federal prosecutors have charged Samuel Tunick, a U.S. citizen, after customs officers entered a passcode he provided and his Google Pixel allegedly erased all of its data. Tunick was returning from the DR through Atlanta. His phone reportedly ran a type of self-destruct software which allows users to create a separate duress credential that wipes the device instead of unlocking it. Tunick was indicted under 18 U.S. 2232A, a law that's barely ever used. It prohibits the destruction or removal of property to prevent a lawful government seizure. Now, the prosecution's theory is that the phone was merely the container. The digital data was the property, and Tunick knowingly caused that property to be destroyed while the officers were trying to seize it. The government doesn't have to...
יש עדיין שיעים קיצוניים, ויש גם ציר סוני קיצוני, שגם הוא מרים את ראשו, ואנחנו צריכים לבנות בריתות פה עם ערבים, ואני אגיד לך עם עוד מי, עם מוסלמים, שלא רוצים לא את זה ולא את זה, ותתפלא יש הרבה. ואתה יודע לאן הם פונים? אלינו.
Thank you, Phoenix.
הם פונים אליי.
Okay, no context for that.
אין משטר, יש עדיין שיעים קיצוניים.
Let's go to Twitter. It says Trump is pushing for more data centers because his financial disclosures show he bought $25 million worth of stocks in the companies constructing them. He's not even trying to hide his corruption anymore. He's openly profiting off the presidency because he knows he'll never be held accountable for any of his crimes.
And these companies are spending tremendous amounts of money on the communities, the local communities. So I think it's important that we tell the local communities that, because other nations are trying to get us to slow down, and they're spending a lot of money on propaganda, on press, PR, trying to convince everybody that this isn't a positive thing. And if we don't do this, we're going to be left behind. And even communities compared to other communities. You have some communities that really want this. This isn't all negative stuff. You have communities that really want the data centers. And frankly, those are the...
these communities in the room with us, Mr. Presitard? I haven't seen one community that's like, yay, we love this new data center.
Smart communities, because it means tremendous numbers of jobs, very little actual disruption. And the ones that don't want it, the happiest people in the world are.
I think the entire stock market is a Ponzi scheme. And yes, we should get rid of it. I was reading about the stock market last night, in fact. It's funny that you mentioned that. Because I'm reading this book, Killing the Host. Really, really good book, and he talks about all of this stuff. So, for instance, did you know that the first stock markets arose in, I want to say, the medieval times, in the time of the papacy, in the time where there were temple ledgers, and stock markets were mainly financial bubbles for monarchs to collect the interest for their war debts instead of via tax revenue. And they did this by privatizing natural monopolies and using the monopoly rent to pay their interest. Thank you, Phoenix. We hit our goal. That's awesome. You're the best. Phoenix is always making sure that our goals are achieved for the live stream, and that's really based of her. So it's always, so the point is that it's the, let's see. Yeah, so historically, banking has never, the point that I think what I was, in my notes, what I was trying to make was, banking has never financed industry. It's always been for usury, not industry. Like, even at the outset of the industrial capitalist revolution of the 19th century, most of the means of production was invested via self-funding by the industrial capitalists of that day. So, in other words, they didn't look to the banks to finance new means of production or innovate with industry. It was all just for speculation. Okay, does that make sense? Thank you so much to Hallister for gifting 5 memberships to our YouTube community. That's incredibly nice of you to do that. So it's always been for speculation. It's always been for usury. 19th century was a rare occurrence where banking was finally meant to subordinate to industry. But that failed. However, it's important. This is an important point that I learned. This present epoch that we find ourselves in is to be thought of less as an aberration. Aberration being this weird mutation that we somehow derailed towards, which was not something that was on the radar, so to speak, in the 19th century. People felt that the capitalist revolution was going to usher in socialism eventually, and industrial capital was going to subordinate finance, and the finance sector was going to become industrialized. But in fact, as history has played out, industry has become finance. It's been the exact opposite. And a big reason for that, while I'm thinking about it, is because of World War I. And did you know that World War I, and I think you could say largely, was fought because of 2 competing banking systems? As we, there's obviously a very intrinsic connection and integration between the banks and wars. Banks fund wars. And then they, charge interest for the debt that countries run up when they start wars. That's how the Rothschilds got rich, and, the bankers always win every war. They say that in war there are no winners. Well, that's not true. because the banks win. And the banks win no matter who loses and no matter who wins the war. So you know, historically speaking, like we were saying, banking has always been for finance. It's for usury. It's for interest. It's for making banking profits, financial profits, charging the magic of compound interest. But banking didn't really start. The banking has never financed industry, and it's never financed the manufacturing of goods. What it finances, and this goes back to the inception of the banking, system in its modern form, if you will, but going back across centuries, back to like the 13th century, banks only lent for international commerce, for merchants that were making long voyages to distant markets, and they needed to finance their travels. So the banks would cover, the expedition, and then once the profits were made, it would be owed to the banks, of course. So that was like one of the main markets for lending money going back to the 1300s. And it's also, they've always lent against collateral that's already in place. They don't really take risks, okay? So that's why they don't finance new modes of production. They don't finance things that aren't fixed assets, or that can't be used as collateral. If there's nothing that can be used as collateral, if it's like, oh, well, you're going to fund this new industry, and down the road you're going to make profits. So the banks will not fund that. It's too risky. So banking has never financed on potential gains. That's a good way of putting it. They don't finance on the prospect of potential gains. They finance on, actual assets that are already rent-yielding assets, you could say, that would the debtors default on their interest payments, a bank, makes it part of the underwriting that they can repossess whatever fixed assets that the debtor acquired the loan against. Banking has never financed potential gain on potential gains. It's always been against real estate or other capital that is already in place. At best, it is proof of future contracts, but banks prefer loaning against collateral they can repossess should the loan default. Very risk averse. They are the stronghold of reaction, as one economist put it. The stronghold of reaction. They're reacting. They're not proacting. So you asked about, the stock market, and that's just become a vehicle for financial engineering at this point, which wasn't its original purpose. Like we said, like stock markets early on were a way for monarchs to raise money for war debts. So they would, establish stock in these natural monopoly, these like infrastructure monopolies, and which you could buy shares of, I think. And that was to raise money for war debts instead of raising taxes. But there's something else I wanted to tell you. I'm trying to find it. I thought I had some more notes about the stock market itself. Yeah, because like the stock market, it used to be about buying equity. But now that equity has turned into debt, that's another point that Michael Hudson tries to make really abundantly clear, is that equity has become debt. So when you buy into the stock market, that, you know, everything gets financed with debt leveraging. And that's something we can go into detail about for sure. But I was learning about these corporate raiders, man. Corporate raiders. They're called barbarians at the gate. And, you know, corporate raiding is like a popular way to financially get rich. People don't get rich off industry anymore. People get rich financially. And there's no one better than this at being a corporate raider and getting rich financially than Carl Icahn. I guess there's a lot of them, but Carl Icahn is considered like the GOAT of corporate raiding.
Foreign countries.
I know I'm getting off on a tangent, but fuck it. Carl Icahn is this guy. He's a douchebag. Oh, he's a big-time douchebag. This guy is a hedge fund manager extraordinaire. He's credited with making the investment strategy mainstream for hedge funds. So he like popularized hedge funds becoming the vehicle to financially get rich. And like, what is a hedge fund, guys? A hedge fund is a collection of, it's like a collection of wealth that is used to borrow, it's used as a basis to borrow larger sums of money from financial institutions for the purposes of a debt leveraged buyout, which just means that the hedge fund borrows a bunch of money. These hedge fund investors get together, or these investors, investment bankers, they all get together and they form a hedge fund and they pool their money and they use that money to borrow more money from the banks at a nice interest rate. And whatever the interest rate, it has to be lower than whatever cash assets and prospected profit earnings that will be accrued by these corporate raiders from a takeover, a hostile takeover, which is what they like to do through these debt leverage buyouts. And so long as the interest rate is less than what the profits are making, you just borrow the money. It's not even your money, and you're making money off the money, So that's why corporate raiders do what they do. It's called asset stripping. They just buy a company and they just load it down with debt. They force the company to buy its own stock by taking on more debt or mortgaging its real estate properties so that they can borrow more money, so that they can buy more stocks. Stock buybacks is what they call that. And that inflates the shareholder price. And corporate raiders love that because the way that they are able to force these stock buyback options and policies is they initially buy a bunch of stock in this, they buy a bunch of equity in this company so that maybe they'll have like a 2% ownership of the entire company. This is what Carl Icahn does, for example. He did it against Time Warner, famously. Carl Icahn took out a huge share of Time Warner, bought into Time Warner, and became one of the largest shareholders, along with a couple others, like his goonish friends. And they all have the same plan, the hand-rubbing plan that they have in place, which is that because of their large shareholder vote count, they can force an executive decision to be made where, for example, the company's research and development funds get slashed, and all that money gets now reappropriated to buy stocks of that company, or they will introduce austerity on the labor force, cut wages, for example, or fire a bunch of people, cut their wages, seize their pension funds, their retirement, whatever retirement funds they got in these companies. Yeah, that all belongs to corporate raiders like Carl Icahn now, because you're now going to use that money that was going to go to the retirement benefits for your employees. You're going to use that to buy stocks in your own company. What other ways can they force a company to buy back its stocks? There was another way. So we said research and development. We said, obviously with any of its income earnings, that you can force them to pledge more. If it was 20%, you can get them to do 30% or whatever the number is. You just force them to use more of their revenue to buy stocks, or you can force them, like I said earlier, to borrow money from the banks. Just even if you have, like in the case of Time Warner, and I think another one was Apple, and McDonald's. We'll get to that. Bill Ackman tried to do a corporate takeover, or a hostile takeover, corporate raid of McDonald's, but that was ultimately unsuccessful. But you can, one of the biggest cash solvent companies is Apple. They have so much cash reserves, so much capital reserves, because they make a killing each year. And so they have no reason to really need to borrow from banks. But because of Carl Icahn, who also tried to do a Apple takeover, they end up taking on, Apple takes on debt from banks because they borrow money to just buy the stock. And so the thing about it is that these corporate raiders, they're all in it for short-term financial gain. And, companies are... there's a contradiction there, because companies want to exist long-term. They want to, have 5-10-year plans. They want to, keep investing in research, in development. They want to acquire, do more mergers and acquisitions, for example, horizontally or vertically integrate and their companies and expand. And they're not able to do that because they have their largest institutional investors are corporate raiders like Carl Icahn, and they have enormous voting power because they bought a huge stake into your company. And so now you have to do what they say, and what they tell you is that your revenue, your pension funds, your wages, all of the money, all the assets that you have should go towards buying stock in your own company. And like we said, when that happens, the stock price raises, it goes up, but that's just short term. It's just a bump because when you do stock buybacks, it raises the shareholder price, because when a company buys its own stock, what it does is it cancels that stock. It's like deleting the stock from rotation. And when you delete the stock from rotation, it means that there's less amount of stock, which means the returns, the earnings upon that stock increase because there's less stock to go around. So that's why corporate raiders love for companies and force companies to buy back their own stock. Exactly, because there's less supply of stock, so that means that for each stock, the earnings go up. And for Carl Icahn, they make a killing. And then, but that's short term. It doesn't last. It's not sustainable. Because, I mean, like, there's nothing that happened. Like, nothing happened for the shareholder price to, nothing productive happened. You know? No more profits were made. No more revenue was accrued. There wasn't an increase in production, et cetera, et cetera. There was simply this arbitrage. You know, there was literally, it's all financial. They just bought more stocks. They canceled more stocks, so their shareholder price goes up. But there's no correlation to the productive economy. So this is just purely financial. It doesn't make any, doesn't comport with the real world. I think you understand that, right? So, and you know, the shareholder price goes up. Okay, so then what do the corporate raiders do? Well, they sell. As soon as the price goes up, they sell all their stocks so they can cash in. You know, it's a cash grab. It's a smash and grab, is what they call it. Smash and grab. And it's a pump and dump. Smash and grab, pump and dump. They pump it, they dump it, they make a killing, and then they're corporate raiders. They're sharks. You know, they're just there to vulturize these companies, cannibalize these companies, make a profit. And then now, after that happens, after they sell off their stocks and they make a killing, what happens to the shareholder price? Well, it goes back down. There's a huge sell-off, so the shareholder price goes back down. And meanwhile, these corporate raiders, they don't have a position in the company. They don't have to. Their hands are clean. They wash their hands of it. They can move on to the next vulture venture. And meanwhile, the company is saddled with debt. They have to pay the banks still. They still have to pay the interest to the banks because they mortgaged all their assets to try to borrow more money so that they can buy their stocks. So what the point is that corporate raiding, hostile takeovers like this, leveraged buyouts, they essentially, because they're so parasitic in nature, these corporate raiders, they're financializing, they're conducting financial engineering. They bankrupt these companies, and that's what they do. They just load these companies down with debt, and they make a killing. They're off to the next. So Carl Icahn is the big guy of that. Just some notes on his takeover of Apple. He basically bought 0.5% of Apple. He spent something like $2 billion, I think, buying so many shares of Apple, and it amounted to 0.5% of the entire company. And he organized with other shareholders a new buyback policy. This is all the things that I've just been telling you. Sort of wrapped up here. So he gets together with these other shareholders. They've got a huge stake in Apple, and they force this new buyback policy whereby Apple pledges its entire reserves to buybacks, which amounts to its entire reserves at the time that this happened, which I think was, in the early 2000s. Maybe it was in 2012 or something like that. But their entire reserves amounted to something like $147 billion. And Carl Icahn was saying, he took out an op-ed in the New York Times, for example, and is telling Apple that they must pledge their $150 billion capital reserves to buybacks. And what's crazy about this is that Apple already pledged at the time what was the largest buyback amount of any company of the time to spend on buybacks at $60 billion. So they were already spending $60 billion, the largest sum of money ever pledged by any one company to a buyback program. And Carl Icahn steps in and says that's not enough. You actually have $150 billion in capital reserves. All that money should be going to stock buybacks. But, you do all this, and what Carl's going to do in the end is leave you high and dry. So all that money is going to end up in his pocket. and his bevy of his consortium of shareholders, and you're going to be left foot in the bill, and you don't have those capital reserves anymore. So stock buybacks is another way to financialize industry. That's a consistent theme in today's economy, is to financialize industry, not to industrialize finance, but to financialize industry. Instead of profits going to capital investment, labor, R&D, acquisition, they're all spent on purchasing the company's stock. This ultimately raises the share price of the stock, being that the number of outstanding, like we just talked about, the number of outstanding shares have diminished, leaving a larger return per share. Okay? So stock buybacks is like this recent phenomenon that corporate raiders employ to financialize industry and parasitically siphon off all of the profits that industry and labor have made so that it goes to this separate financial class. That's what's happening. According to a recent Harvard Business Review article, 449 companies of the S&P 500, the stock exchange, spent 54% of their net income, which amounted to $2.4 trillion, on stock buybacks alone. So more than half of their net income is spent on financial BS, financial engineering, stock buybacks from 2000 to 2012. It happened in that decade. Seven of the top 10 in the S&P 500, 7 of the top 10 spent more on stock buybacks than their entire net income from the fiscal years 2003 to 2012. So stock buybacks are a big, big deal these days. Okay. So we talked about Carl Icahn. Bill Ackman is another one that is right there with Carl Icahn as a shithead corporate raider, hedge fund manager. Again, what are hedge funds but collections of wealth pooled together by these investment bankers or private equity managers, you know, all these financial planners on Wall Street. They get together, they create a hedge fund. The hedge fund is used as a collection of wealth that forms a basis by which banks can then lend more money to these hedge fund managers against the money that against the capital that they have accrued. They borrow more money from the banks, and that money is used for a debt leveraged buyout of a company. And again, there's been many such cases where they do this. And Carl Icahn tried to take over Apple. He tried to take over Time Warner. Bill Ackman tried to take over McDonald's, and he's a shithead for that. I thought I had more notes on that specifically. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, corporate raiders, Carl Icahn, Bill Ackman. So I'm just going to read you through these notes, and it's going to be redundant, but I think it'll help have it stick. So this is just explaining hedge funds. What they do is, via their hedge funds, these corporate raiders, and remember, hedge funds are collections of wealth for corporate raiders to use as a basis for leverage buyouts. And what they do is buy a large stake in a company with a lot of cash. The company has a lot of cash, like in their reserves. They buy a large stake in a company that has a lot of cash, And then they attempt a coup, basically, to force the company to mortgage their real estate property to the banks and use that borrowed money to buy stock in their own company. They also, another way to get the funds is to introduce austerity on the employees, of course, or seize the pension funds. We talked about that. Divert cash reserves that would normally be spent on R&D, etc. So that the stock price will then inflate. Then these corporate raiders pump and dump and make a quick killing. Meanwhile, this sell-off lowers the stock price subsequently, and the company is now saddled with debt and headed to bankruptcy. But these pump and dumpers have already cashed out. Now, another thing I learned is that Google, saw this phenomenon with these hedge fund managers, these corporate raiders, and I'm sounding like a libertarian. What are you talking about? Are we in the same stream? What about me is sounding libertarian? Leverage buyouts are a lot like what banks do with housing by offering cash payouts to buy homes, leaving real home buyers out of luck. Yeah, they just, crowd the market, and it's the same thing as what Blackstone private equity firms do. They've got way more resources than individual homeowners, so they can just buy up the whole fucking neighborhood and charge monopoly rents. Oh, it's a really funny joke. Really funny joke there. So what I learned was that Google, when they were going public back in like 2004, they tried to safeguard against these kinds of financial engineering, especially the financial rake-off that typically occurs with information technology companies like Google when they go public on the stock exchange, okay? 'Cause it's like the price of doing business on Wall Street is just to get your shit rocked by these underwriters, these financial underwriters that intentionally set the stock price low. When a company goes public, they need financial underwriters to set the terms for what the company will be trading at on the stock market for their initial public offering, right? So you need financial underwriters. But these financial underwriters are fucking parasites, okay? They're like high-frequency traders skimming off the top of transactions that were already going to take place for profits that were already made, and they're just taking off the top without actually producing any. There's no correlation to anything with labor that they've done. So there's a financial rake-off that typically occurs with these information technology companies. Financial underwriters intentionally set the stock price low at the start of the day. So that gives not only themselves, the financial institutions that do these underwriting contracts, but also their privileged friends and other early investors, to give them the opportunity to buy up the stock at the low price, the discounted price at the start of day, because later on, at the end of the day, the price will be much higher. And those early investors will make a killing by selling the shares that they bought at a discounted price, because the financial underwriters drew up the contract so that the company will have a lower price than what they're actually worth, right? And so that they're able to make profit off the top, just by setting the price lower and doling it out to your friends early on, you can then make so much profit by turning around. It's called arbitrage, folks. Arbitrage. Nothing has changed, really. It's just the price of the stock itself. It's arbitrarily under sold, I guess, and then oversold. You know, like they say, buy low, sell high. So financial underwriters intentionally set the stock price low at start of day to give themselves and privileged friends and early investors to buy up an opportunity to buy up the stock, only to sell it off later that day when the stock is worth more. Google set up what's known as a Dutch auction because they were trying to counter this. They didn't want, like, apparently financial underwriters collected like 7% of whatever profits that were made through the initial public offering. These underwriters made a hefty sum, and that's what they call cost of doing business with Wall Street. So they set up so Google safeguards against this. They do a Dutch auction, and a Dutch auction is actually the inverse of what a regular initial public offering on IPO does, which is instead they set the price of the stock to be too high, and it's way high at the very beginning, and then it slowly comes down once it enters the affordability of certain investors. And so it just goes down until it clears the entire market, and that's a Dutch auction. And this made Wall Street really upset, but it also made sure that Google kept the profits of its IPO. More so, at least they got fucked over less by these financial underwriters. And another thing that they did was that they also stipulated that the company's founders' shares will always be 10 times more powerful than any investor shares. Okay. Anyway, so that's some of my notes. We went through a little bit of a rant about all these financial engineering mechanisms that are in place for Wall Street managers and planners to make a killing. And I hope you learned something from it. Now, moving on to the next... Let's go back to Twitter. We were just in the middle of this clip of Donald Trump.
Is number one, and number two, other communities within our country, because they're begging for them to be.
He's lying once again, saying that communities in our country are begging for these data centers.
There, and some of them are great communities, very, very forward-looking communities, very smart communities. So you have to convince your community how great these things. You can't fight it. You have to go with it.
You can't.
And you're going to have all that protection, and we're giving you automatic.
Just go along with it. Remember, you love Big Brother.
Protection, but you're going to make a tremendous amount of money. You're going to reduce taxes.
Who's you?
And you're going to have something that if you don't have it, everybody else wants it. So these are the smartest people. Most of you in this room, we have a couple probably.
Great. Well, then, yeah, let's put one in Mar-a-Lago. Bill Bobby, you bring up a great point.
On the other side of things.
Let's put 5 in Mar-a-Lago, right next to the golf course, Donald Trump. What do you say?
They disagree, but I don't know how they can disagree. Your community and your state's going to become rich, and there's very little disruption. And again, if you don't take all that money.
No, Microsoft's going to become rich. Google is going to become rich. Palantir is going to become rich. Your communities are not going to become rich. They're going to become exploited and hollowed out of their water, of their natural resources. All those resources are going to go to fueling data centers and not fueling people.
Somebody else is going to take it. You might as well do it yourself. So it's an honor.
The time-honored Jewish tradition, if you don't build the data center, somebody else is going to build it.
Why does Trump want to build data centers so bad? We found one reason nobody's talking about. We all know Trump has invested millions in the same big tech companies that are going all in on the AI boom, and that he would never want to disappoint his billionaire tech donors. But I've been digging through his recent financial disclosures, and I found another stealthier reason why Trump might be obsessed with data centers.
Maybe because he invested $25 million into it.
For the last 2 years, Trump has been quietly buying up millions in AI industry stealth buys. These are the essential companies that are literally building out the AI boom. These companies offer specialized construction skills, they sell water cooling technologies, and they supply the fiber optics that data centers need to work. We found that at the end of last year, Trump had up to $25 million invested in just a handful of these public firms, all while his administration has continued to roll out even more pro-AI and pro-data center policy. This includes firms like Amphenol, a leading picks and shovels supplier for AI data centers. This year alone, Trump has bought and sold up to $2.78 million in stock, and their stock has nearly doubled in value since he took office. Or take Arista Networks, which designs software for hyperscale data center systems.
Guys, that's just the free market doing its thing.
Last year, Trump disclosed owning up to $1.3 million in their stock. This year, he's bought and sold up to $1.6 million more. Or Trane, a company that supplies industrial cooling systems for data centers. Trump owned nearly $1 million in their stock last year, and he traded another $500,000 so far this year. This pattern also follows for AECOM. Yes, the same engineering company that did Trump's ballroom also does hyperscale data centers. Or for Texas Instruments, or Lind PLC, a chemicals company that creates fabrication materials needed for data centers. Rinse and repeat for dozens of others. As Trump has made massive trades on these data center suppliers, he's also directed his federal agencies to ease federal permitting for data center construction. This includes allowing data centers to build their own gas-fired power plants and to connect to the grid faster, to skip environmental regulations around clean air and clean water, and to be exempted from many of the same tech-facing tariffs that other industries have to pay. If you really want to understand the AI boom, you have to follow the money, and the money leads directly back to Donald Trump, not just to his donors, but to the president's own financial disclosures.
Not too surprising there, I have to say.
يا علي ويا علي احنا شيعة علمتنا الصعاب احنا شيعة يا علي ويا.
Apparently Mohammed bin Salman and Donald Trump are a trash can, according to Iraqis, who then kick the trash can and say, no politique here. President Trump threatens Iran with decapitation. Oh, really? Just like the last time, huh? This is their last chance to make a deal before decapitation.
People were wondering what has changed
Look
this
at
time.
this.
Why should it be the
Well, you don't know. I don't know. I think we're going to maybe get something, but I want to give them every last chance before decapitation. Very tough to do what we have.
He gave them every first chance, actually. He decapitated them at the outset of this war.
Planned, still planned. We'll see what happens. But it's a very, very tough thing to do. I think I'm very proud of the fact that I'll give people a chance. This is a big move. To do an attack that big on a country, I'd rather not do it. Now, we've already, through lots of large attacks, but they were normal large.
Normal large.
Hopefully they'll come to their senses, because what happened cannot have a nuclear weapon. But
God, that's so dumb.
Has changed this time. Why should it be the
well, you know,
he's so dumb. Why is he so dumb? He's the dumbest.
It was truly a pleasure. Can I ask your stance on Palestine, sir? Palestine. You look like you got plastic surgery, sir. Can I get your stance on Palestine?
Oh.
Yeah.
I think you got plastic surgery. That triggered this Jew. John Sitilides. John Sitilides nuts in your mouth, John. Man, he really went for the phone there.
Get your stance on Palestine? Yeah.
Look at this. It's a safari for draft age men in Ukraine right now. In Lutsk, draft officers chased down a man and dragged him out of an apartment building entrance. Look at this. What the fuck? They're trying to kidnap this man. To the front line, Goy. Holy shit. You done fucked up now. Get in the box for Israel, bitch. Come on. An early grave awaits you. That's crazy. They've got to kidnap people off the streets in their homes because they're losing that badly. And here we have House Republicans telling us that communism has never once made anyone richer. Only more equal in poverty. Thank you, GOP. Meanwhile, communist China has lifted 800 million people out of extreme poverty, while capitalist USA continues to decline due to decades of funding wars and corporate welfare to enrich its billionaire class. Yes, the picture on the right is the United States. The picture on the left is China. It's not looking good for the home team. Meanwhile, insane video capturing the devastating wildfires engulfing Spokane, Washington. We cannot keep living like this. If humanity wants to continue to exist on this planet, we have to make decisions that put our communities over the endless greed of big oil companies. Easiest gender reveal I've ever seen. Imagine that. There's a fucking wildfire going on in your hometown. You're like, you know what? This would be a great day to tell everyone it's a girl. Taylor Swift's gender reveal right there for her new baby. I never said I'd play a video game, Kate. Game. Just because you have game in your profile name doesn't mean I'll play a game. I suck at video games. Why do you want to see me play a video game? You want to watch me play a video game? It'd be terrible. Here we go with the fucking hand movements from President Trump, who says Hormuz Strait could open literally by tomorrow.
We're talking about the strait, the opening of the strait, having it open literally by tomorrow, completely open. And that's phase one. And phase two is we then will talk about the nuclear capacity, the nuclear, as we've been mentioned. Basically, it's, I think, the denuclearization of Iran has to happen. And that'll be the second phase. But the first phase is the opening of the straits. The second phase will be the denuclearization, and that'll take a little while. But we're very strong on it. They cannot have a nuclear weapon. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon, and I have never changed. Yeah, please, in the back.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, please. Yes, please. We're going to hit them very hard, he says.
We're going to hit them very hard yesterday. Very, very hard. Harder than any attack. I think I can say, General, from a point of knowledge, any attack since World War II. That's pretty big. And we were set to go. And they called. And in addition, Saudi Arabia called. And UAE.
Everybody, the whole world calls it Trump. This is a dumb move. Please don't do it.
Called. Qatar called. Got calls from numerous people.
Yeah, all your allies said, please no. You can't save us. Clearly, you're doing a terrible job of protecting your allies in the region.
I don't want to use the word begging, but some were in particular.
I don't want to say that they were crying, but there were lots of tears, just pleading, telling me not to do this, please.
Iran did not want to be hit.
Anzu always has the most sage-like wisdom. When you can't achieve your objective, change your objective to what you have achieved. Voila, problem solved. Don Zhu, Anna Lex of the Orange and Other Musings, Volume 1, page 47. Very good. You got the verse and the chapter. Awesome. Yes. Yo, what's with the jazz hands? I love the jazz hands. Palestine. That was boring, but also I liked it.
Pussy ass boy, shut the fuck up, bitch. Shut the fuck up, bitch. Sir, can I ask your stance on Iran?
You're a fat chud.
You're a fat chud.
Hey, look at that jawline. Look at that jawline.
Look at that jawline.
Chopped ass boy.
Chopped ass boy, bro.
Chopped
You're
ass
white,
boy.
Brother. You're not black.
What are you?
You are not black, sir. Chopped ass, not gonna lie, gang. Sir, get that phone out of my face, brother.
Hey, you're
Get
dead
that
chopped.
phone out of my face, little boy. How much money does he make? Don't talk, bro. Don't talk. Oh, he's getting angry, bro? Let's see. Let's look at his news.
He's profiting hella. Let's run the ones.
Let's make this as uncomfortable as possible.
Let's run the ones. Like, hey, he wants to run the ones. You want to go around the corner right now, bro? Bro, let's do it, bro.
Hey, look at this. Let me show you something.
You're a fucking pussy, bitch.
Look how much money I have.
Let me see. Show me how much you have, bro.
I'm gonna get this.
No, it's okay. Don't worry. Don't worry about it. Yes, don't give you any knowledge. We're actually not. We're just. He's good. Don't worry. He's our friend. He's friends with Israelis. He's hanging out with them. Right? You like hanging out with the Israelis on Saturday night? We're having a nice little Saturday night dinner.
Sir,
it's okay.
Well, sir, when you want to run the ones, let's go, pussy boy. Shut the fuck up, bitch. Guys, why are you staring at us, bro? You look like a retard.
It's like staring at a goober.
It's like staring at a goober. Sir, when's the last time you got any pussy in your life, bro?
Hey, last night.
This morning.
Bro, you're the lamest dude ever. Look at his face, bro. You're lame, bro.
I got pussy this morning.
This dude gets, look at his face cracking, bro. You're a pussy ass bitch, bro.
I'm a pussy bitch, bro. What can I say?
You're a little fuck.
Look at this. Ukraine targeted and struck a crowded beach in the Black Sea resort of Galentsik, Russia, with at least 3 dead and 13 injured. This is a pretty wild clip. You can see the drone.
Why? Show! Why?
Time to leave the beach.
Why?
Did you know that the Epstein files contain 13,000 known references to Zorro Ranch? And look at this. These are the new owners. They're Jews, by the way. Netanyahu is saying here that Israel is the second cyber superpower in the world, adding we're going to do the same with AI.
במידה רבה את המדינה, וכמובן דברים אחרים הסייבר.
I said 10 years ago that we would become a cyber superpower. I remember one of my opponents in the Knesset chuckled and said we have cyber. He talked about cyber all the time. We have a virtual prime minister on the agenda. We're the second cyber superpower in the world. Not bad. Okay, now we will do it with AI. All right. Sure thing, Mr. Prime Minister. Crime sinister, more like. Am I right? Or am I right? What a nightmare, Thomas Massey says. By implementing the tariffs illegally and now having to unwind them, the Trump administration created over $100 billion of profit for corporations selling foreign products at the expense of American consumers. Your refund is zero. Apple's profit is $2.2 billion. So Apple has received $2.2 billion in tariff refunds. Amazon received theirs for $600 million. Here are some other big winners. Walmart got $10 billion. Target got $2 billion. Costco got $2 billion. Nike $1 billion. Home Depot $2 billion. Meanwhile, where's your $2,000 check? You can always count on Trump to say the quiet part out loud. In case you missed it, Trump says the only reason they're going after the ICC is to protect Netanyahu.
With the very arrogant, we've now begun an effort to really try to bring that court to heel.
By the way, there's no information that they're after me. It could happen. Just so you know, just keep talking about it. I'm saying that means that maybe he's not trying to defend me. He is trying to defend Bibi and various other people. But there are many people that shouldn't be looked at that way. But there is no indication that I'm one of them at this moment.
The ICC is not coming after me at this moment. Thank you very much.
Well, with the very arrogant.
Okay, so that's the only. So then, by that implication, we're the only reason that they're cracking the whip against the ICC is to protect a foreign leader. I can't believe this is a real image. Is this real? It says the act of Moroccan security forces throwing stones at Moroccans returning from Ceuta to block their entry sparked widespread outrage. This is just a crazy picture. Look at that. It just doesn't, it seems like AI. Tell me it's AI. Apparently not. Or maybe it's AI. A little mini boulder. So I guess they made an AI picture out of the very real event that we just saw. Poor Moroccans, man. Netanyahu live on air is admitted, in Iran, we targeted civilians, families, fathers, mothers, and children. We killed them, end quote. He confessed to committing war crimes before the entire world.
The regime. We have killed thousands of their operatives, and we've managed to prove that we can hunt them down wherever they are. They have nowhere to hide. We've also targeted senior officials from the tyrant Khamenei until all the way to the family members of the besieged members. The regime.
You never hear this guy talking about anything except for murder. He's always bragging about how he killed this person, that person, these people. And that just shows that they're in charge, like they're doing something. Because look at all these people that they've assassinated. Every time we see a clip of him, that's what he's talking about. It's never like, oh, we look at this cancer research that Israel's up to, or this humanitarian assistance that Israel's providing to, you know, crises around the world. No, it's always about, yeah, we killed this guy and we killed that guy. We're going to do it again. It's their entire country. So Apple receives an estimated $2.2 billion tariff refund this quarter. And so Harrison Smith says the tariff costs were passed on to the consumers, but the refund went straight to the corporations. Don't you love it? President Trump says Iran has agreed to end its nuclear program, but meanwhile, this is the agreement. Apparently, Tyler Robinson is declared suicidal and moved to solitary confinement as the case against him and the broader Charlie Kirk assassination narrative has fallen apart. Stu Peters says they're going to Epstein Tyler Robinson.
Okay, I didn't want to leave you guys on a crazy weekend cliffhanger. I needed to get that information out as soon as possible. Obviously, you can probably see that I received some information, a communication which answered a lot of questions that the public has had about the story, or rather the non-story that we are getting.
His father having turned him in after a confession is complete fiction, it says. To the contrary, Tyler Robinson maintains his innocence and has never even been to the UVU campus. There are absolutely zero photos or videos that the campus can produce to the contrary.
From the feds.
See, what did this say? It says Tyler Robinson's not suicidal. The entire narrative that was placed in the media about him having been suicidal is completely fictional, as are many other aspects of what we have been told.
Some information, a communication, which answered a lot of questions that the public has had about the story, or rather the non-story that we are getting from the feds. The push that Tyler Robinson is this lone shooter, which they're trying to establish as a fact. Some of the burning questions that we had, okay, well, if he turned himself in, how did he also not confess? I now have the answers to that. The main point, the reason why this information came to me, is because there's a narrative being spun right now by the media that Tyler Robinson is or was suicidal. That is not true. And that's a very scary thing when suddenly they're saying he's suicidal and, you know, he's in solitary, and he's not suicidal. So that was the reason why this information urgently came to me. Obviously, I know a lot more, and I'm going to share it with you guys on Monday. I just wanted to vet some of the things that I heard, ask some more questions from people that would know, and just to make sure everything I say is above board. And obviously, this lead led to more leads, and I want to give people a chance to respond. This is crazy. Nothing more that I can say. This is very serious. I don't know what's going on, but I do know that what we are being told has gone on is just not so. And yeah, this is really kind of going to begin, I think, to answer a lot of questions and many more questions that need to be asked. So I just wanted to let you know that what they're telling us about him being suicidal is not true.
Hey.
Okay.
Charlie Kirk's dead. And this is crazy, but Tyler Robinson is just the patsy. All right, it didn't completely rhyme, but I tried. Breaking. Donald Trump just turned on his U.S. Attorney for D.C., Jeanine Pirro, after she said in a court filing that the reflecting pool damage was due to botching construction instead of vandalism. Oh, shit.
It was people cutting this very expensive material, waterproofing material. Anyway.
Waterproofing material, but apparently not box cutting material.
It looked beautiful. And then they cut it, and they vandalized. And we weren't necessarily thrilled with the contractor, but they did a job, and they were fixing any problems. But then it got carried away because the judge was extremely unfriendly to Jeanine. And frankly, I think she choked because the judge was really vicious. Instead of going after the people that did it, the judge went after her and went after her department. And I guess she choked. I don't know what the hell happened.
Are you reconsidering her role?
I don't know what. You don't. You're fake news. Don't ever talk again. You're fake news. One of the worst in the business. Fortunately, nobody watches you. But it was people.
Here's another clip of Trump breaking Trump claims. The ongoing Iran talks include completely opening the Strait of Hormuz tomorrow.
The opening of the strait, having it open literally by tomorrow, completely open.
We watched that just a second ago.
That's phase one, and phase two is we then.
Look at this. Epstein's lawyer, Alan Dershowitz, the Deutsche Show. Can you believe this motherfucker is an anti-Septite? He says, I have to tell you that the real problem are the Jews.
I have to tell you that the real problem are Jews. Jews in the upper.
Oh my God, Alan Dershowitz is going to call Alan Dershowitz. I got to call Alan Dershowitz because he's my lawyer. Wait till my lawyer hears about what my lawyer said.
Upper West Side, Jews in the Upper East Side, Jews in Park Slope, the Jews who voted for Mamdani. Remember, 7,000 Jews voted for Adolf Hitler in 1932. Most of them ended up in the gas chambers. And these idiot Jews, they have no idea what they're doing. And, you know, people say Jews are smart.
This is too anti-Semitic.
Yeah, they're smart Jews. Some of the dumbest people I've ever met are Jews from Park Slope and Upper East Side and Upper West Side who don't understand where their own...
So what this tells me is that Dershowitz is so wildly unpopular, even Jews hate him. Man, imagine that. He's like, everyone's turning against me. Even Jews are the problem.
Interest lie. Im ein ani li mili. If I am not for myself, who will be for me? If I am for myself alone, what am I? That's Hillel. You don't need Hillel to understand that any Jew who votes for Mamdani is a self-hater. You can't do that. You can't vote.
You just said the problem are the Jews, so apparently you should look in the mirror, Mr. Self-hater.
For somebody who marginalizes Jews, discriminates against Jews, hates Israel, calls Israel a genocidal state falsely, no self-respecting Jews should do that.
When has Zohran, he just said Zohran Mamdani discriminates against Jews, hates Jews, somebody who marginalizes and discriminates against Jews. Zohran Mamdani, really?
Discriminates against Jews, hates Israel.
I don't even think he hates Israel. He's never said he hates Israel. He just parrots international law talking points.
Calls Israel a genocidal state falsely.
Falsely, I might add.
No self-respecting Jews should do that.
You're absolutely right.
I have to tell
you. See the Jew that just flashed across the screen? Look, it's like the meme. Remember that meme of the Shlomo running across the screen in a split second during the bombing of Tel Aviv last year? Became a memeable sensation. Look at this.
You should do that.
Ah, there he is.
You're absolutely right.
We found him. Same hat. George Galloway says a literal Nazi complete with the Hitler salute. Despite receiving a 1-year prison sentence, neo-Nazi Isabel Peralta continues to appear freely in front of Spain's national police. Germany, meanwhile, has banned her from entering the country for life.
En mayo de 2021, 20.000 inmigrantes asaltaron la frontera Ceutín. Simplemente nos manifestamos para decir que esto estaba siendo una invasión y la policía prefirió denunciar, abrir atestados.
Policia, I don't know what she said because I don't speak Spanish. Okay, Shlomos. Shabbat Shalom. We finished the Twitter slap. Don't forget the Jews are the chosen people. And we live at the behest of serving the Jews. It's like they say, happy Jews, happy life. I'm pretty sure they say that. I'm almost positive that they say these.
Minister, you know, yesterday we received significant messages from the Israeli after the declaration or after Hamas said that we accept this agreement. They killed more than 30 people, citizens, children, and women. And they sent very significant message to the United States, to the mediators, to Qatar, Egypt, and Turkey. We are not interested with the deal. We want to continue to kill people in Gaza Strip, to target everywhere. So I think that the world should understand that Israel is a burden. Israel is the core of the problems in the Middle East. They created troubles in Lebanon, in Gaza, in West Bank, in Yemen, in Iraq, in Iran. I hope that the world can open their eyes and see that the problem is not the Palestinians. The problem is Israel, which is a state of occupation, state of extermination, a state of genocide, a state of racism, apartheid. I hope that they can understand.
Riveting. Hamas spokesman Ghazi Hamad confirms Israel completely rejected the peace deal. He reveals the Zionist regime intentionally massacred 30 civilians just to send a sick message to Washington. He exposes Israel as the absolute core of all chaos in the region. I couldn't agree more. Medea Benjamin says the U.S. wants Latin America to follow the same path Washington has pushed on Europe. Higher military spending, closer alignment with U.S. strategic interests, and a new Cold War against China. But Latin America's greatest threats are not a lack of weapons or larger military budgets. They're poverty, inequality, climate disasters, and crumbling public services. For more than 2 centuries, the Monroe Doctrine has been used to justify intervention, coups, sanctions, and foreign domination. More military spending in Latin America means bigger profits for arms manufacturers, not a better life for its people.
Sometimes it seems like the Trump administration has a sense of humor, like when it sent Pentagon Policy Chief Elbridge Colby to meet with Latin American defense ministers last month and tell them how great the Monroe Doctrine is. Yes, that 200-year-old policy that put Latin America under the boot of the U.S. and was used to justify countless U.S. interventions. So great. So Colby goes to this meeting and tells them they should align with Washington's interests, reduce their ties with China, which is South America's major trading partner, join U.S. security initiatives, and spend more of their money on militaries to face narco-terrorist threats. But what are the real threats to the region? Poverty, inequality, climate change, and underfunded healthcare and education, not a
Who's this woke moralist on the screen here?
shortage of military spending. But the Monroe Doctrine is no joke. We see this administration using its economic and political clout to defeat progressive leaders
It's the Donroe Doctrine, not the Monroe
in
Doctrine.
Latin America and replace them with pro-U.S. right-wing governments. Colombia, which only 4 years ago made history by electing the first progressive president, Gustavo Petro, will now be led by Abelardo de la Espriella, a Donald Trump fan, a naturalized U.S. citizen who lived in
I can't believe
Miami.
that's still happening. Like, they cooed Colombia and got them to elect this neoliberal Zionist over Gustavo Petro, who's the democratically elected leader.
He's vowed to
And that's
ease
actually gonna
business
go through and
regulations,
happen?
lower taxes, and revive oil and gas projects halted under Petro for environmental concerns. Oh, and of course, build closer ties to Washington. In Peru, Keiko Fujimori just captured the presidency after 3 failed attempts. She is the daughter of former President Alberto Fujimori, whose decade in power was marked by death squads,
Alberto
corruption, and
Fujimori.
the forced sterilization of thousands of indigenous women. So Colombia and Peru now join Argentina, Chile, Ecuador, Bolivia, and Panama in a stark reversal of the region's progressive pink tide that brought hope for a more independent and socially just Latin America. But the history of Latin America never moves in a straight line. Today's setbacks are real, but they are not permanent, and the people of the continent, as opposed to some of their governments, understand that being under the boot of the U.S. is not a good position. Another Latin America is possible, and across the continent, millions are still fighting to build it.
Another world is possible. A heated conversation occurs between Ben Gvir and an attorney during UNRWA ban hearing. There you speak like Israeli pissing contest. It'd be a real shame if something happened to that room. I agree, Lolo. Low. I concur.
Guess who owns Telemundo TV? Not Hispanic people. Guess who owns BET? Not black people. And did you know that Soros owns 18 Hispanic radio stations in America? And guess what he is? Not Hispanic. And guess who owns all social media platforms? That same 0.2%. And guess who owns Fox News and CNN? Same people with same political goals. So are they truly conservative or liberal stations? Or is it just the illusion of opinion and sowing division while everyone serves the same master? They actively and aggressively keep the media monopoly across the board, regardless of race or political ideology, to control, influence, divide, or unite politics, races, businesses, and keep everything and everybody loyal to blue state. Free the media. Everybody has a right and duty to own their own media.
He said duty.
This is certainly a bustling community, but it came to a halt in tribute to this fallen hero, a local woman who gave up her life defending the freedoms of her adopted country. It began with that unmistakable but mournful sound of motorcycles from the city, Long Island, New York State, and other police departments leading the hearse carrying the fallen hero of the whole state and region in tribute to Staff Sergeant Angel Sarah Rampersad, Attorney General Letitia James, Mayor Zohran Mamdani, and other dignitaries gathered. And then an NYPD honor guard carried Sergeant Rampersad's casket into the church while a line of military veterans saluted. Inside the standing room only service, various people remembered the 28-year-old decorated combat veteran killed in action in Jordan, but they also showed how loving and friendly she was.
A few months ago, she called me to tell me, I had a dream, and in my dream you were pregnant. I was like, girl, you're crazy. And to know she was right, and you're not going to be here, but you left me with the memory of like we were that connected forever.
And then Governor Kathy Hochul thanked the fallen soldier's mother for bringing her here as a toddler from their native Trinidad.
And I wish people would take notice of the fact of how many people came here being born elsewhere who actually
From the victims of imperialism.
step up and are willing to shed blood for a country that they were not born in. That is a lesson that should be observed.
Probably because we bombed their country into oblivion and sanctioned them that they really didn't have much of a choice but to come to America. Thank you for the subscription there. Appreciate that.
Mother of Staff Sergeant Angel.
Definitely not going to try to pronounce your name because I would fail.
Sarah Rampersad spoke.
Love your kids. Hug them. I don't have minds to hug anymore. But to those who have.
Yeah, it sucks, you know. Don't send your children to the Middle East to go blow up brown babies for Western bankers.
Embrace them. Cherish them. And be there for them.
An all-female.
Don't send them to the army. Don't send them to Jordan. Please. When the Pentagon wants to send your child to the Middle East, just say no. I mean, it's sad, but it's hard to feel. I mean, I know that these families are compromised. I know the people that join the military probably doing so because they don't have much of another option. You know? Really should just make you mad at the same people that we're mad at constantly every day here. The people that are profiting off of all this insanity. All right. You guys have been boring me to tears, I tell you. You got your shit's corny, dog. Your shit is corny. Your shit's lame. You don't have the juice. Okay? I'm looking at the links that you've sent me. I'm looking at your comments. And between the two, I'm thinking, oh, my audience, they don't have the juice. Yes, now I'm the bored one. You're literally boring me. I can't take this much longer, all right? You're supposed to be the source of my joy and entertainment, and you're not doing that. And it makes me sad, dude. It hurts. I don't know what to do with myself. It's not that I'm mad, okay? It's that I'm sad and I'm disappointed and I'm angry. Which I know what you're thinking. That sounds worse. Well, it is. It actually is worse. It's actually way worse, in fact. John Mearsheimer has a YouTube channel now. Did you know
The
that?
Iranians are more aware than ever that they're in the driver's seat. They're more aware than ever that President Trump is in deep trouble and that he needs an agreement.
The West is leading Ukraine down the primrose path.
And the Israelis are executing a genocide in Gaza.
It's not China's fault that it wants to be powerful.
So if you get into trouble and you dial 911, there's nobody at the other end.
Hi, this is John Mearsheimer, and I'm back again with another episode. And this time I want to talk about the Iran war. And what I'd like to
is great.
argue here is that it's time for President Trump to settle this war, to reach an agreement with the Iranians to put an end to it, and in effect to accept defeat, to recognize that that Iran has won this war and that we have lost the war. And the way I'd like to proceed is I'd first like to talk about the goals that the United States set out to achieve at the start of this war. And then I'd like to talk about our failure to achieve any of those goals. And I'd like to describe how badly off we are in terms of having pursued these particular goals. And then I want to switch and talk about the military strategies that we have employed in pursuit of those goals. And of course, the argument that I'm going to make is that the different strategies that we have employed have failed to achieve the goals that we set out with in this war. And I want to talk at some length about those different strategies and why they failed. And I'm going to make the argument, as we become clear, that there were 5 potential strategies that the United States could pursue. It only pursued 3 of them. 2 it did not pursue. And I'll talk about those 3 strategies and why they failed. And then I'll talk about the 2 strategies we didn't pursue and why we did not.
What's crazy is I can understand exactly everything that he's saying, and I'm dialed in.
Pursue
still.
You want to keep in mind here that what I'm going to be constantly doing is talking about the relationship between the goals that we're pursuing and the strategies that we adopted or didn't adopt to achieve those
So
goals.
far, he said nothing new.
But let's start with the goals. When the war started, the United States, this was true of the Israelis as well, had 4 goals. The first goal was regime change in Tehran. The second goal was to make sure to eliminate Iran's ability to enrich uranium, because if you can enrich uranium, you can rather easily make a nuclear weapon. The third goal was to eliminate Ukraine's long-range ballistic missile program. And the fourth goal was to basically get Iran to no longer support Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis. Those were the 4 goals. And very importantly, I think regime change was the most important of those 4 goals, because if you didn't achieve regime change, you really could not achieve the other 3 goals. So regime change was the numero 1 goal, but you still had these 3 other very important goals that were, in my opinion, subordinated to that overarching goal. Now, the question you want to ask yourself is, where are we today in terms of those goals? And let me make 2 different sets of arguments here. First of all, just looking at the 4 goals. We have achieved none of the 4 goals. None of them have been achieved, and there's no evidence any of them are going to be achieved anytime soon. In addition to that, we are now in a situation, which we were not in back on February 27th, the day before the war started, where Iran controls the Strait of Hormuz. And today...
All right, it might not be as interesting as I thought, because, I mean, we've seen this.
And that he needs an agreement.
The West is...
Before. So let me see, is there anything else here?
Iran Supreme Leader Ayatollah Mojtaba Khamenei has determined, his office has determined, that the middle of August is their time for forcing a decision on the ground. Today is the end of July, the last day in July, 31, and
yes, we do, don't we? Preferably, I don't know, maybe Tel Aviv, maybe Haifa. That would be very interesting to see, I would say. Breaking: Orthodox Jews are calling IDF soldiers kafir while chasing them out. Look at this, they're chasing them. Can you imagine the Palestinians doing anything like this to the IDF? This just makes me think about how Israel is a cannibalizing culture. So many contradictions happening within the Israeli society itself. They're not long for this world, folks. Don't forget, you've got a lot to live for, all right? You have the pleasure of outliving Israel, so stay alive. Look at that, getting called Nazis. The Jews are calling you Nazis, IDF. I don't know what kafir means. Does anybody know what that means? Andrew, we're not going down that road again, okay? That's it. I don't want to hear about your ghost pepper baby jerky blues. All right, you sick fuck. Look at that. The little kid Jew throws a rock at the IDF soldier. But he doesn't get the Palestinian treatment. Can you imagine if that Jew was a Palestinian throwing a rock at an IDF soldier? I don't have to, because I've seen it happen time and time again. Somebody arrest that little Jew kid. He's a terrorist. I'm so close to the end of the stream, and I really should not. I should watch my mouth. I'm so close to the end. I just need to make it through out saying any cancelable things in the next 2 minutes. Please, God. Here's a small glimpse of what Larry Loomer does when she's not tweeting about Tucker and Candace. She's eating her dog food. It's the second Laura Loomer eating dog food clip of the day, and I was already scarred. It was already... Ew, and it's like on her lip. It's gross. Ew! And then she smiles? Sorry you had to see that, folks. But if I don't show you, somebody else gonna show you. Is this supposed to be Janine Pirro packing her shit? What is this supposed to be about? It's gotta be, huh? I think that's Janine Pirro. She lost her case, I guess, about the vandalism on the pool, the reflecting pool. I didn't realize she was representing the Trump administration, but she didn't do a very good job now, did she? He fired her ass. Yeah. You fired. An attack by the Yemeni army on Saudi soldiers. Damn, they really smoked these 2 Indian mercs the Saudis paid. Okay, I don't think I'm not going to play that. Hey, Grok, what exactly were Jews in medieval Europe accused of doing to Christian children in their rituals? Can you make a list for us? Grok makes a list and says, the medieval blood libels accused Jews of 1. Kidnapping Christian children. Often boys near Passover/Easter. This is kind of funny because they're like, the completely outrageous and totally baseless blood libels accused these Jews of kidnapping Christian children. Often the boys near Passover/Easter. Torturing them to reenact Jesus' crucifixion. Moitering them, draining their blood, mixing the blood into matzah or other Passover foods, because of course that's what do you do with the blood of children. Gosh, this is dark. Trigger warning, sorry. Sometimes using it as a medicine or in other rites. These were the core claims in cases like William of Norwich and Simon of Trent. Man, they've been saying this about these malicious lies about the Jews for centuries now. That's right. Your ancestors feel the same way about them as you do. But don't forget, you're wrong, and so were your ancestors. Asking why these images exist is, in and of itself, an example of anti-Semitism. Why would the BBC cut this journalist as soon as he claimed the IDF used white phosphorus in Gaza City?
It's been white phosphor again used. We filmed.
Producer Berg said, "Shut it down." Shut it down. Shut it down. Even boomers are getting tired of Fox News gaslighting. Look at this. This is just embarrassing. What the heck are we doing? Heard this exact story 5 times in the past 2 to 3 months. This time they really mean it. Not surprising, tomorrow is market open. This is like the 30th time. What an embarrassment for the U.S. and Trump. Strikes on Iran on hold. Trump calls off massive Iranian attack. It's Groundhog's Day, baby.
Well, I was getting this question in the 1990s, and I said that the West really doesn't understand militant Islam. So I wrote a book in 1995, and I said that if the West doesn't
he invents a phrase.
Wake up to the suicidal nature.
Didn't he say militant, or didn't he say Islamic terrorism?
Of militant Islam. The next thing you'll see is the militant Islam is bringing down the World
Militant Islam.
Trade Center. Well, I was getting this question in the 1990s.
So he's basically saying, yeah, he predicted that they're going to attack the World Trade Center. How did he know that they were going to attack the World Trade Center? It's almost like whenever Netanyahu warns the United States, it's not a warning, it's a threat. Here's Jonathan Greenblatt downloading his latest update from Satan on how to censor the Goyim and just make everyone's lives more miserable in general. Here's a report out of Mexico. Reporter asks, would you visit Israel? The grandpa then answers, I'd go to bomb them.
¿Iría? Sí. A ponerles una bomba.
Muy bien.
Sí.
Me gusta la actitud. Una pregunta, amiga. ¿Tú irías a Israel?
Me gusta la grandpa. Me gustas tú. Me gusta marihuana. Me gustas tú. Me gusta la gran papita. Me gustas tú. Me gusta Boom Boom Tel Aviv. Me gustas tú. Best abuelo. That's what I was looking for, abuelo. Me gustas las abuelo. Me gust. All right, I'm going to shut up. I don't know what I'm talking about. This is at least the 5th time he turned off airstrikes against Iran since April. What has changed this time? Trump says, I want to give them every last chance before decapitation. We did see that. Remember when Lindsey Graham called for Greta Thunberg to be killed for her support for Palestine? I didn't know he said that. And I guess I'll never know because that clip won't play. So fuck it. This is really weird. Dang, look at that chode. That's a big chode. Oh, okay, now they're gonna bump uglies. Nope, there's Ball. The Hebrew Hammer, baby. The Hebrew Heifer.
These are the oy veys of our lives.
A Fat Jew production. That's beautiful. All right. I am, on that note, going to say goodnight to you. I know, guys. Don't. Blurks, thank you for the biddies. Appreciate that. We hit the 4-hour mark. We're 7 minutes over. I'm about to turn into a pumpkin, so I have to call it a night. I hope you had a wonderful Monday. And we'll be back tomorrow, Tuesday, for more tacos. Saeed, my good man, thank you so much for that. Cheering 5,000 biddies. This stream is much better without you constantly interrupting. I was wondering if you were around. We love you interrupting. In fact, I have to share with you. I don't know if I'll be able to find it. I'm going to try to find this, okay? Flipcoin, thank you so much for the cheer. You guys are awesome. I wanted to share with you, Saeed, this comment I got. Blurks, back on the board, another not to be outdone. Thank you, Blurks. Oh my goodness, eyeballs. I'm getting bidded to death. I'm just smitted that I'm getting bidded by you guys, you fine people. Thank you so much. There was a comment here about you. And I'm trying to find it. And if I can't find it, I will tell you what it said, because it's kind of funny. Man, that's bullshit, because maybe it was on my other page. I didn't get it, man. Somebody was like, does
the structure
Saeed,
motorized
somebody was literally saying, does Saeed have his own page? Because, sorry, Rathbone, but we're just here for Saeed. Basically, I'm chopped liver, according to people in the stream. I can't find the comment, but I assure you it does exist.
Iran
And
Supreme
apparently, they were only interested in your clever banter, Saeed. So hopefully that'll make you feel special. See, look, this channel is not the same without Saeed. So don't think that you're derailing us. People enjoy your quips. It's like you're Batman and I'm Robin. If only my boys can love me that much. Sadly, familiarity, which is derivative of the word family, familiarity breeds contempt. And I wish it wasn't the truth. But yeah, there's no such thing as a hometown hero, as they say, right? Dad's just, he's around always. He's always there. They won't really appreciate you until they're much older. Wow, look at that. Lolo, shots fired at Saeed. Saeed's all right, says Lolo. A little overrated in Lolo's opinion. But then again, Martin likes Saeed. Saeed likes Martin. You guys should marry each other if you like each other so much. Saeed is all of our stepdad. I don't know how I feel about that, because he's been having an affair with my mother, which I've been trying to put an end to. But apparently my mom just keeps coming back for more Saeed. What can I do? She's a grown woman. She can make her own decisions. You did prove your initial point. It's true. Yeah, you show up and then all of a sudden everything changes. I get it. I know when I watch streamers, I'm a little hesitant to make my presence known because I feel like I just want them to do what they're doing, and I just, want to give some support. But sometimes it'll become like this event, and it causes me to be a little gun shy. So I get it, Saeed. I get where you're coming from. But it's all love here, brother. All right? It's all love here. And we know you're lying because we know you love the attention. Saeed is an attention whore. That's right. That's right. Don't be fooled. He comes across as modest, bashful, I'm just humble. Nope, that's all an act. It's all an act. He pretends he's Muslim. He's secretly Jewish. Just kidding. Just kidding. We wouldn't lie about Saeed like that. That would be very antiseptic. That was a low blow, wasn't it, Saeed? See, that doesn't feel good. See, that's why I immediately apologized. I knew that it was not a good thing to say. New conspiracy theory. New conspiracy theory just dropped. No, but we thank you. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thanks to everyone here for supporting the stream as you do. You guys are the best. And I know I've told you this, but I'll say it again. I love you. I love this community. And no wonder your news media can convince you with anything. That's right. That's right. I've been brainwashed. We could start a rumor. We could start all kinds of planted stories. And I'll get my audience to believe it. So, let that be a word of warning to you, Saeed. You better be nice to me, okay? I'll sick my audience on... No, actually, that wouldn't work because they'd probably side with you. Let's be real. And there it is, Love to All. Saeed's band name, Love to All. Still waiting on his first release. But likewise, love to all of you out there. Once again, please, I encourage you to follow my backup page, my backup live stream page. The one I'm live streaming from right here. And we'll be back tomorrow with another installment of your favorite noticing show. The one and only Time to Notice. All right, I'm going to stop embarrassing myself. I've run out of things to say. But I hope you have a wonderful night. Peace and love. And I'll see you all next time, okay? Good night, everyone. Bye-bye.